It was the kind of night that made even the most familiar streets feel alien. A heavy silence had settled over the town, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, the faint hum of distant traffic, and the odd creak of a neighbor's porch swing swaying slowly. Emma had never liked nights like this, where the world seemed paused, waiting, as if holding its breath for something unseen. She had grown up in the Midwest, in a town where everyone knew everyone else, and yet, tonight, her own neighborhood felt strange, as if she had stumbled into a different place entirely. She had been working late at the local library, cataloging old archives that no one ever seemed to use. The building was a brick structure from the 1920s, dark and cavernous inside, with the faint scent of mildew and old paper lingering in every corner. Her boss, an elderly man named Mr. Caldwell, had warned her not to stay too late, but she liked the quiet. The dim, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows across the stacks of forgotten books. She had been alone for hours, the silence wrapping around her like a heavy blanket, and by the time she locked up at 10:15 p.m., a creeping unease had settled in her chest. Her car was parked near the side entrance, partially hidden by a cluster of oak trees. She unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat, breathing out a nervous sigh. The streets were deserted, the streetlights casting a sickly yellow glow over the wet pavement. Emma had taken this route countless times, but tonight it felt unfamiliar, almost hostile. She turned the key in the ignition and the engine roared to life, the sound suddenly deafening in the stillness. The first few blocks were uneventful. She passed her friend's apartment building, the neon sign of a late-night diner flickering in the distance. Her mind wandered as she drove, replaying the day's events, noting the odd feeling in her gut. Then, at a small intersection where a gas station sat shuttered for the night, she saw a figure standing on the corner. A man, she thought at first, though he was oddly still, almost statuesque, and his posture was unnervingly rigid. Emma squinted through the rain-smeared windshield. He wore a long coat, dark and heavy, and a hat pulled low over his face. Her stomach knotted. She had seen enough late-night crime shows to know that her instincts were telling her to keep moving. She pressed the gas, and the car crept past him, the tires hissing on the wet asphalt. The figure did not move, did not flinch, but somehow, when she looked in the rearview mirror, she thought she saw him lift a hand, almost imperceptibly, as if acknowledging her passage. Emma's pulse quickened, a low, insistent thrum in her ears. She told herself it was nothing, maybe a vagrant, maybe someone just standing there waiting for a ride. But as she drove on, she began to notice other things. Shadows that seemed wrong, stretching across the sidewalks in unnatural ways, streetlights that flickered out as she approached, and always that sense that she was being watched. By the time she reached the highway on-ramp, the rain had picked up, sheets of water slicked the asphalt, and the wipers beat back the deluge in a relentless rhythm. Emma turned on the radio, hoping the mundane chatter of late-night talk would ease her mind, but the station she tuned into was dead, replaced by static that hissed and crackled in the otherwise silent car. She tried the next station. Nothing but static. Panic fluttered in her chest. She looked around, realizing that not a single car was on the road. The highway stretched ahead, black and empty, disappearing into the mist. That's when she saw it again, the figure standing at the edge of the shoulder. No, this time there were two. No, three. Emma's hands clenched the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles went white. She slowed down, trying to convince herself it was her imagination, the rain and the darkness playing tricks on her eyes. But as she drove past, each figure seemed to shift, moving just slightly, tilting their heads in her direction. A sudden, sharp movement caught her attention. The figure in the front had stepped into the lane. Emma slammed on the brakes, the car skidding on the wet road. The headlights illuminated the man, or whatever it was, and for a terrifying moment, she saw that it had no face. Just a smooth, pale surface where features should have been. Her breath caught, her chest tightening with fear. She tore her eyes away and floored the gas, heart hammering, hands shaking. The highway seemed endless, each mile stretching impossibly long. Emma checked her rearview mirror. Nothing. Then, in the corner of her eye, a flicker, a shadow moving unnaturally fast along the median. She tried to shake it off, telling herself she was imagining things, that the stress from work and the darkness had her on edge. But the feeling wouldn't leave. It grew heavier, pressing in from all sides like the night itself was closing in. She decided to take the next exit, hoping to reach the familiarity of a small diner she knew was still open. The exit ramp twisted and curved, lined with trees that arched over the road, their branches scratching against the windshield. And then, at the top of the ramp, she saw her car in the distance. Not another vehicle. Her own. Parked empty, the driver's side door swinging slightly in the wind. Emma's scream caught in her throat. She knew she hadn't turned around, hadn't parked anywhere along this stretch. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to leave, but the impossibility of what she was seeing froze her. She hit the accelerator, the car lurching forward, and tried to rationalize. Maybe she was hallucinating. Maybe it was a trick of the headlights and shadows. But no explanation made the dread in her chest any lighter. As she drove past, the car seemed to follow her, maintaining the same distance without moving its tires, sliding along the road as though gliding. Her vision blurred with tears, rain, and fear. She swerved, desperate to put distance between herself and that impossible duplicate, but the car mirrored her movements, always just behind, always there. Emma's hands shook as she gripped the wheel, trying to think. There had to be a way to escape. She remembered an old gas station a few miles down the road, 24 hours, always busy. She aimed for it, praying it would be crowded, that anyone would be there. The empty highway stretched on, silent except for the roar of her engine and the rain hammering the roof. The gas station appeared, glowing under its fluorescent lights like a beacon. Emma pulled in hard, tires squealing, and parked as close to the door as she could. She jumped out, heart hammering, and ran inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and a man behind the counter looked up, startled by her sudden appearance. Can I use your phone?" she gasped. The attendant nodded, slowly. "Yeah, sure. Everything okay?" Emma didn't answer, only reached for the phone, but when she glanced out the window, she froze. There, at the edge of the lot, her car, her real car, was parked, headlights off, empty. But there was movement. The figure she had seen on the highway was there, standing beside it, pale and faceless, turning slowly toward her. She slammed the receiver down. "I need you to call the police," she said, her voice trembling. The attendant's expression shifted from concern to unease as he stepped closer. "It's okay," he said slowly. "I can call them for you." Emma nodded, too terrified to speak, eyes glued to the lot. The figure hadn't moved closer, but its presence was suffocating, pressing against the glass like a living shadow. And then, just as the attendant picked up the phone, the figure vanished. Emma ran to the door, expecting to see it retreat into the night. But there was nothing. The lot was empty except for her car. The rain had stopped, the night still and grim. She reached her vehicle, trembling, every instinct screaming at her to leave, to never stop driving again. She got inside and started the engine, keeping her eyes on the lot until she was far down the highway. She never saw the figure again, but for weeks afterward she felt it everywhere, in the dark corners of her apartment, in the reflection of mirrors, at the edge of her vision when she walked alone. Her friends said it was just stress, imagination, the kind of thing that happens when you spend too many hours alone in old buildings. But Emma knew better. She had felt it. The impossibility, the cold, faceless presence that moved with her, mirrored her life in impossible ways. Even now, years later, when she drives at night on empty roads, she can't shake the feeling that someone or something is following her, moving just out of sight, waiting, watching. And sometimes, just sometimes, she thinks she sees a pale figure standing silently in the shadows of the roadside, tipping its head as if acknowledging her passage once more. The night had a weight to it, a stillness that pressed down, that made the familiar strange, that made the ordinary terrifying. Emma learned, too late, that some nights are better left untraveled, some roads better left undriven, and some presences better left unseen. Because once you notice them, once you sense them, they don't let go. She stopped trusting empty streets, abandoned highways, or the quiet hum of a car engine at night. And every grim, still night since, she wonders if she is the only one who remembers, or if the faceless figures of those silent highways are waiting for the next driver, the next soul, to notice them. Even now, writing this years later, she can still feel the pressure at the edge of her vision, the cold impossibility of something that shouldn't exist. And she knows, without a doubt, that it never really went away. Story the end. It was the kind of night that felt like the world had stopped breathing. The air hung heavy, damp with a fog that clung to the streets of a small Pennsylvania town tucked into the Appalachian foothills. I was driving home from a late shift at the hospital, alone, with nothing but the faint hum of my truck and the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance to keep me company. My route took me down an old country road, the kind lined with trees so close together that their gnarled branches arched overhead, forming a near tunnel through which the fog seemed to swirl. Streetlights were sparse, their feeble glow doing little more than casting long, distorted shadows that danced in the mist. I remember that night because some presence, I guess, made the hairs on my neck stand on end the moment I passed the abandoned farmhouse on the left. It wasn't new or grand. In fact, it had been crumbling for decades, the paint peeling in long vertical strips and windows boarded haphazardly. Most locals avoided it, though I'd heard the usual ghost stories. A man who vanished in the 70s. Some folks claimed they could still hear his voice whispering through the cracks in the walls. I didn't believe it. At least I told myself I didn't. But that night, the silence around the farmhouse felt thick, almost suffocating. The wind had dropped entirely, leaving a strange, unnatural stillness. And then I heard it, a faint scratching sound, like someone or something was dragging its nails across the wood of the front door. I swerved slightly, my truck tires crunching on gravel that hadn't been there earlier, or maybe they had, and I'd been too focused to notice. My heart thumped. There was no other sound, no cars, no animals. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the fog swirling wildly behind me, but it hung like a static sheet, unbroken, pressing down. I told myself it was my imagination, that maybe some loose board had fallen in the wind, but the feeling of being watched settled over me like a stone. I sped up, eager to put the farmhouse and that eerie sensation behind me. A few miles down the road, my truck sputtered. At first, I thought it was the old diesel coughing its usual complaints in cold weather, but then the engine died entirely. I was in the middle of nowhere, the road empty except for the skeletal trees that leaned toward the road as if to peer inside the cab. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. Panic began to creep in, that slow, crawling fear that grips your stomach and makes your chest feel hollow. I grabbed my phone, praying for a signal. 1 bar. I called my roommate, muttering through the fog of worry, but the call dropped. The bar flashed out completely. No service. I was alone. I stepped out of the truck to check under the hood, shivering despite my thick coat. The fog clung to me, dampening my hair and soaking through my gloves. My flashlight cut a thin beam into the darkness, illuminating nothing but more fog and trees that seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. I was about to give up and call a tow when I heard it again, a footstep crunching over gravel. Slow, deliberate, heading toward me. I froze. There was nothing visible yet, just the sound. My breath hitched. The rational part of me, the one that insisted this was just another late-night driver or a wandering deer, was being drowned out by that other part, the part that knew with a certainty I couldn't explain that I was not alone. "Hello," I called, my voice cracking. No reply. The footsteps continued, dragging closer, echoing against the still air. My pulse hammered so loudly I was sure the person or thing could hear it. I reached into my pocket for the wrench I kept in the truck, a meager defense, and turned slowly toward the sound. That's when I saw it. A figure, impossibly thin, shrouded in black, standing just at the edge of the fog. Its head tilted slightly, and though I couldn't make out a face, the sense of recognition, of deep primal familiarity, sent a jolt of terror through me. I stumbled back into the truck, slamming the door. The engine wouldn't start. I could feel the presence leaning closer, even through the glass. The fog thickened, coiling around the cab like fingers. I tried the horn. Nothing. I pounded it, screamed at it, but the figure didn't flinch. It didn't move the way a human would. It simply remained, swaying slightly, watching. Then it raised a hand, just one hand, thin and skeletal, with long, uneven fingers pointing directly at me. I don't remember running. I only remember the sound of gravel under my boots, my breath ragged, and the fog seeming to part in front of me as if it were aware of my flight. I ran until the first glow of the highway appeared, until my truck's tires could grip solid asphalt again. I drove home without stopping, the figure never in sight, but its presence lingered in my mind, etched behind my eyes like a scar. That night I slept with the lights on, doors locked, but even then, the sound of dragging nails haunted me in dreams I dared not speak of aloud. Days later, curiosity, or perhaps denial, drove me back to the farmhouse. Daylight, of course, made it seem less threatening. The boards had fallen apart over the years, windows were broken and gaped like hollow eyes. I climbed the steps to the porch cautiously. That's when I noticed the scratches. Not new ones, like the night I had fled, but old deep gouges that ran along the wood, up to shoulder height. Some were jagged, some more deliberate, and near the top, carved into the rotting wood, were letters. Stay. I ran. I never looked back and I never returned. Months passed. I tried to forget it, but the memory never left. Then came the calls, always late at night, just after midnight. At first I ignored them. My phone would ring once, twice, then disconnect. Then one night I answered. Nothing. Not even static. Just breathing. Slow, deliberate, uneven. My skin crawled. I hung up, convinced it was someone messing with me. But then the next night, the phone rang again. Same pattern. I answered, and this time I heard it. A whisper. Familiar, yet wrong. You saw me. I dropped the phone, stumbling back. Silence. Then the line clicked dead. After that, the occurrences escalated. I would wake to the feeling of someone sitting on my chest, an invisible weight pressing down. Shadows in the corners of my bedroom moved in ways that defied logic. Doors I locked would be unlocked in the morning. Windows that I swore I shut were open. I stopped leaving the house at night, but the presence came anyway. It never spoke, never fully revealed itself, but I felt its eyes on me always. Eventually, I moved. A new town, a new apartment, fresh start, and I thought it was gone. For a while, it seemed like it might be. But the whispers started again. Subtle, almost inaudible at first, coming from the kitchen when I was alone, from the closet while I was in the shower. Objects moved slightly, cups, books, a pair of shoes, but never in ways that could be explained logically. Then came the shadows. Not the usual dim shapes from streetlights, but deep, solid forms that lingered at the edges of my vision. They didn't run from light, didn't obey physics, didn't react at all when I tried to confront them. They simply were. One night, after weeks of this, I woke to the sound of scratching, soft at first, then louder, circling my bedroom. I froze under the blankets, convinced this was the end. Then a whisper, a single word, unmistakable and clear. Look. My eyes, wide and panicked, followed the sound. And there, standing at the foot of my bed, was the figure from that road. Thin, impossibly tall, black as night, its face still featureless, but somehow knowing. It raised that skeletal hand, pointing at me again. I don't remember much after that. I bolted from the apartment, never to return. Friends told me I had lost it, that I should see someone, but they didn't hear the whispering, didn't feel the cold that followed me everywhere. I drove endlessly, always at night, never stopping in one place long enough to feel safe. Even now, I know it follows me, just beyond sight, waiting. I see it sometimes in reflections, in windows, in mirrors, but it vanishes the moment I turn my head. I can't explain why it hasn't taken me fully, why it hasn't revealed itself completely, but I know that it's patient, and I know that the night, the grim and still night, will always belong to it. It's been years since that first night on the Pennsylvania back road, and I still drive alone, still hear the scratching, still feel the weight of its gaze. The thing doesn't speak much anymore, but the fear it instills is enough. You can ignore it, tell yourself it's imagination, tell yourself it's just a story. But when the world goes silent and the fog rolls in thick, when the air holds its breath and the shadows deepen, you will know. You will feel the cold weight of being watched. And maybe if you're unlucky, you'll hear the whisper. Just one word. Look. I have tried to live a normal life, but the normal is gone. Every night I make sure my doors are locked, my windows secured, my flashlight at my side, but no matter what I do, I know it's out there, waiting for the night when I am careless, when I lower my guard. And on that night, the fog will swirl, the shadows will move, and I will see it again. That impossible figure swaying slightly, always pointing, always patient, always waiting. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me, but I know this. I will never be safe. Not fully. Not ever. The last time I saw it, I was driving down a different country road, far from Pennsylvania, far from everything I used to know. The fog rolled in thicker than ever, and I could just make out a figure in the distance. It wasn't moving toward me, not yet, but it was there, and I knew deep down that one day it would be. I tried to speed up, tried to put miles between us, but there is no distance you can travel that keeps you safe. I can hear it now in the quiet moments as I type this, the soft scraping, the low, uneven breathing, waiting, watching, telling me, always, to look. I cannot escape it. It follows me in every shadow, in every fog, in every still, grim night. And when the night is darkest, when the world holds its breath, I know it will come closer, step by step, never breaking its gaze, never pausing, until it finally gets what it came for. And all I can do is wait, pray for the night to end, and try not to look. Story the end. It was one of those nights that feels older than the houses around you, colder than the autumn air should allow, and heavier than the dark should be. I was driving back from a late shift at a diner on the outskirts of a small town in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where the streetlights go out every few blocks and the trees press close to the edge of the asphalt like they're leaning in to see who's passing. My truck's headlights carved out a narrow path in the gloom, but the darkness beyond the beams seemed almost liquid, swallowing everything in its way. I hadn't intended to stay late, but the night shift paid more, and tips were better when the regulars weren't around to argue over scrambled eggs and burnt coffee. The diner was a relic. Formica counters cracked with age, neon signs flickering like they were about to give up entirely. The cook, a man named Earl, always joked that the place had ghosts. He would tell stories about missing silverware, cold spots, and that one night a waitress claimed she saw someone in the freezer who wasn't supposed to be there. I'd laughed, of course, thinking he was just trying to keep the late-night crowd entertained. But as I walked out into the chill that night, I found the air unusually still. No wind stirred the leaves, no hum of electricity from nearby houses reached me. It felt wrong. The drive home was quiet at first. Just me, the road, and the rhythm of the tires over asphalt. I passed the usual houses, their windows dark, porches empty. Then, about 10 miles from town, the headlights caught a figure standing on the shoulder. A man, or at least something shaped like a man, wearing a long coat that fluttered unnaturally as if it had weight that wasn't there. I slowed instinctively, squinting through the streaking rain that had begun to fall. He didn't move, didn't step off the road. His face, or the suggestion of one, was obscured by shadows, but there was something in the stance, in the way he tilted his head slightly, that made my chest tighten. I considered driving around him, but before I could decide, he raised a hand. Not a normal wave. More like a slow, deliberate gesture, palm facing me. My rational mind screamed to keep driving, to ignore it, but some deep, unreasoning instinct made me stop. The tires hissed on the wet asphalt, and I watched him carefully, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. Then he turned and walked along the side of the road, slowly, almost gliding, never making a sound, never leaving footprints in the wet gravel. I thought about calling the police, but the area was notorious for pranksters, and I doubted anyone would take my call seriously. I told myself it was just someone messing around, maybe a local trying to scare a diner employee. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just walking. He was following, pacing me perfectly. I started driving again, a little faster this time, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. I caught a glimpse of him about a mile behind, now standing in the middle of the road. My heart hammered so loudly I was certain he could hear it. I swerved instinctively to avoid him, even though there was nowhere to go. Then, just like that, he was gone. 1 second he was there, the next the road was empty, as though he'd never existed. I reached the small bridge that crosses a creek near my house and slammed on the brakes. The headlights reflected off the water, and in that reflection I saw him again, standing on the bridge, just beyond the guardrail, looking directly at me. Only in the reflection, he wasn't quite human. His arms were too long, his head tilted at an impossible angle. When I blinked, he vanished. I pulled into my driveway, shaking so badly I could barely get the truck into park. Inside the house, the silence was oppressive. My apartment was old, the kind with floorboards that groan when you step the wrong way, but usually it felt homey. That night, it felt like a trap. I locked every door, drew the curtains, and tried to calm myself with the rational thought that it had to be some weird optical illusion, the rain, the shadows, exhaustion. I lay down in bed, but sleep was impossible. Every creak, every sigh of the old building felt like him moving just outside the window. Hours later, I heard it. A slow, deliberate tapping, soft but distinct, on the window beside my bed. I froze. My mind raced. Animal, branch, wind. Nothing outside moved. The trees were still. The rain had stopped. The tapping continued, rhythmic, like someone testing my attention. Heart racing, I pulled the curtain back slightly and saw nothing. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement inside the room, near the closet. I hadn't left it open. I grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed and crept toward the closet. The air was thick, almost suffocating. I opened the door, ready to swing. Nothing. Just empty clothes hanging, shadows stretching in unnatural ways. I laughed nervously, telling myself I was imagining things. Then I saw it. On the inside of the closet door, scratched into the wood, were letters. Not words, just a name, my name, etched deep like claws had carved them in. My breath caught. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When daylight came, I checked the window, the backyard, every possible hiding place. Nothing. No signs of anyone ever being there. The following week, I tried to go about my normal life. But every night when I got home, I found small things, faint scratches on the wall, the faint smell of wet earth inside my apartment, even when it hadn't rained. One night I woke to see him standing in the corner of my living room. I swear I wasn't dreaming. His eyes were dark voids, and his coat seemed to absorb the dim light from the lamp. I blinked, and he was gone, leaving only the echo of his presence, a pressure in the room that made it hard to breathe. I eventually confided in my friend Mike, who lived a few blocks away. He listened, his expression a mixture of skepticism and concern. He offered to stay over for a night. That night, we set up cameras, hoping to catch anything on tape. Around 2:30 a.m., we heard the familiar tapping at the window. The cameras didn't capture him, but they recorded the room temperature dropping sharply, lights flickering, and static interference over the audio. Then, as if on cue, the footage showed my reflection in the darkened TV screen. Only, it wasn't quite me. Behind my reflection was a figure in the corner, blacker than the shadows themselves, tilting its head slowly, impossibly. Mike refused to stay another night, and I didn't blame him. I called in sick at work, though I couldn't afford to take the time. I tried everything. Lights on all night, salt in the corners, cameras, even calling a local priest to bless the place. Each time he returned. Never violent, never moving while I could see him, but always present in subtle, terrifying ways. A whisper in the kitchen, a shadow passing behind me in mirrors, objects slightly moved or missing entirely. The last straw came 2 nights ago. I was making coffee in the early morning, bleary-eyed, when I felt it behind me. I froze, knowing I was being watched. Slowly, the kitchen door creaked open, except I had locked it. Standing there, his head tilted, eyes impossibly black, coat dripping wet, though I could see no water anywhere. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I simply watched as he raised a hand, pointing directly at me. And then a voice, low, hollow, guttural, not quite human, whispered my name. I ran. I don't know where I ran to, but I didn't stop until I reached Mike's place. I've been here since, too scared to return home. I don't know what he wants. I don't know why he's chosen me. Every time I close my eyes, I see him in the corner, just standing, waiting. And now I've started noticing something new. In reflections, in shadows, even in photographs on my phone, there's always a faint figure behind me, always watching, always patient. I know I can't stay here forever, and I know I'll have to return, but part of me hopes he's not there tonight. Part of me knows he is. The wind has stopped. The street outside is unnervingly still, and I can hear the faintest tapping against the window. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the world seemed to shrink into itself, as if the darkness wasn't just outside, but pressing down on everything. The kind of night that made even the bravest people double-check their doors, the kind where the wind howled through the skeletal trees like a warning. I had just finished my shift at the small-town convenience store on the outskirts of rural Pennsylvania. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, and the fog had rolled in heavy enough that the neon sign outside was nothing more than a fuzzy, sickly halo in the mist. Driving home would take me down a narrow stretch of road that snaked through thick woods and abandoned farms. Normally, I didn't mind it. Late night drives gave me time to think. But something felt off tonight. The first sign was the truck. I had been idling at a stop sign near the old Miller farmhouse like the one no one had lived in for decades. Its windows were shattered and the paint peeled like curling skin. Out of nowhere, a rusted delivery truck crept up behind me, its headlights low, almost more like glowing eyes than actual lights. I noticed it because it seemed to follow a little too closely, hugging the tail of my car as if it were glued there. My stomach sank. There was no one in town this late, and delivery trucks didn't run at 2:30 a.m. The driver didn't flash the high beams or pull around. He, or maybe she, just stayed behind me, creeping along like a shadow that had decided to mimic me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably someone lost, maybe a trucker who had overshot a turn. But the feeling that gnawed at the back of my neck refused to die. I took the next right, hoping the road would give me some separation. It didn't. Every turn, every little jog in the road, the truck followed. I started noticing details. The paint was old and rusted, yes, but the grille was twisted, like it had been in some kind of accident. There were dents all along the side, but what really made my stomach twist was the smell. Faintly, I could smell something foul even through the closed windows of my car, rotting meat, or maybe chemicals. I decided I had to test it. I slammed on the brakes when I hit the long straightaway that cut through the forest, expecting him to slam into the back of my car. But he didn't. He stopped a good 20 feet back, just sitting there in the fog, engine humming, almost patient. I started creeping forward again, slow, and he followed. It wasn't until I reached a small clearing that I realized the truck wasn't just following. It was trying to herd me. I could see it now, slowly edging closer from behind whenever I tried to swerve or pull over. I took another turn, this time onto a gravel road I barely remembered, hoping to lose him in the twisted paths and brush. Then I saw it. Through the fog, just on the edge of the tree line, a figure stood perfectly still, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing what looked like a dark uniform. My headlights illuminated him for a split second before he blended back into the fog. I slammed the brakes again, heart hammering. The truck stayed put, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. My rational brain was screaming, "Call 911," but my instincts were screaming a louder, "Drive!" I floored it, tires skidding on the gravel, hugging the narrow road as tightly as possible. I saw him again, this time closer, standing in the middle of the road, not moving, just waiting. My headlights reflected off something in his hand. A flashlight? No, something longer. A pole, maybe, or a bat. I couldn't tell. The truck was gone now, or maybe it had turned off somewhere behind me. I couldn't risk looking back. My car's engine roared as I fought the steering wheel on the gravel, swerving around the figure just barely. When I glanced to the side, the trees were impossibly close, branches scraping my car like fingernails on a chalkboard. I hit the main road again, asphalt smooth under my tires, and glanced in the rearview mirror. The truck was back, headlights now high beams, blinding me through the fog. And in the passenger window, I swear I saw a face. Not a normal face. Too pale, features too sharp, eyes too dark. It was grinning, and it didn't blink. My vision blurred with panic, and I slammed my foot on the gas. By the time I hit the first set of lights in the next town, the truck was gone. Vanished. I swore I wouldn't stop until I got home, locked every door, and ran up the stairs. But something inside me refused to let the night end. I sat in my car, heart still hammering, trying to convince myself I imagined it. I got inside, flicked on every light, and that's when I noticed the scratch marks. 3 long, deep scratches across the hood of my car, like claws had dragged down it. No one could have done that without me hearing them, and yet there they were. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the week after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the truck in the fog. I saw the figure standing there, waiting. And then, last week, I got the call, from a number I didn't recognize. "Where are you?" the voice said. Thin, raspy, almost like it was struggling to speak. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaking. "You drove the wrong road," the voice whispered. "You saw us. You shouldn't have." I hung up, but the next night I saw headlights in my driveway. I didn't look out the window. I didn't open the door. I just sat in the dark and listened. The next morning, the door was open. Not unlocked. Open. And inside, my car keys were gone. I never found them. Or the truck. Or the figure. Since then, I've been careful where I drive at night. I avoid foggy roads. I don't go near the Miller farm anymore. But sometimes, when the wind howls through the trees outside my window, I think I hear it. The faint rumble of a rusted engine, slow, patient, waiting for the next turn, the next mistake, the next fool who thinks he's alone on a grim, still night. I started noticing other things too. Shadows in the corner of my eyes. A figure on the edge of the street when I step outside to grab the mail. It's always there just long enough for me to blink and then gone. I've tried to tell friends, but they laugh it off. Probably a raccoon, they say, or you've been working too late. But I know it's the same presence, watching, learning, patient. And it doesn't matter where I go, suburbs, city streets, even the highway, I've seen it. Sometimes as a shadow at the side of the road, sometimes as a flash of headlights in the fog that I can't outrun. It's always patient, always waiting. The other night, I was at a gas station near the interstate filling up when I noticed the same delivery truck in the distance. Rusted, twisted grill, no lights, just sitting in the fog like it had been waiting for me. My heart started hammering and I realized I was frozen. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stepped out of the driver's side. No face, just a shadow, a dark uniform, the same posture. My instincts screamed at me to get in my car, but my keys weren't there, not in my pocket, not in the ignition. I ran then, barefoot, slipping in the gravel, not caring. I ran past the truck, past the fog, and didn't stop until I reached the highway. Weeks later, I checked the news. Another abandoned farmhouse had been found. Inside, a man, dead, rusted delivery truck in the driveway, no license plates. The coroner said he had been there for weeks, maybe months. And the oddest part? His eyes were gone, just black, empty sockets. I don't know if it's the same entity. I don't know if it's just some deranged person who drives a rusted truck, preying on late-night drivers. But I do know this. On grim, still nights when the fog presses against the asphalt and the world feels smaller, I can feel it. Waiting. Patient. Silent, but always there, ready to appear in the shadows, in the headlights, in the periphery. Last week, I thought I had outsmarted it. I drove miles off any known route, took back roads, trails that led nowhere, all through the night. I wanted to prove to myself that it was just paranoia, just a nightmare I couldn't shake. That night, I ended up at a dead end, a long gravel path, thick trees on either side, no signs of civilization for miles. I stopped, heart thudding. The wind whispered through the branches like voices, and then I heard it. Metal scraping. Slow. Patient. Turning corners I didn't think anyone could turn, coming closer, and I realized I wasn't at the dead end anymore. The truck had somehow appeared behind me, and in the back the figure was there, standing, head tilted. No movement, no sound, just watching. I floored the gas, tried to push past it, but it was relentless. No matter how fast I drove, no matter which road I took, it matched my speed. Headlights on me, shadows in the trees, and then I understood something that made my stomach drop so low it felt like it might never rise again. The truck didn't have to touch me. It didn't need to. Just knowing it was there was enough. It had been following me all these years, all these nights, teaching me, waiting for the night it could finally step out of the shadows. I don't drive at night anymore. I don't take trips alone. I avoid fog, dark roads, forests, even the empty streets at night. Sometimes I hear it. Sometimes when the wind howls and the world feels small, I hear the faint hum of a rusted engine. Patient, waiting, and I know it's still out there. Watching, learning, waiting. I don't know what it wants, but I know one thing. It's patient. And on a grim, still night, patience is all it needs. Story the end. The rain had started around 7 that evening. Light at first, just a whisper against the roof, the kind of drizzle that makes a town feel hollow and tired. I was driving back from work, the streets slick and reflecting the dim orange of the street lamps, when I first noticed it. Someone, or something, walking along the side of the road in the downpour. At first I assumed it was a person caught without an umbrella, shivering under a thin hoodie. But the way they moved, slow and deliberate, arms hanging awkwardly, head tilted slightly, it didn't feel right. I kept my eyes on them through the windshield as my car passed, half expecting them to step back onto the sidewalk, to disappear into the night. But they didn't. By the time I got home, the rain was heavier, hammering against the roof in a steady drum. The lights in my house flickered for a moment as I fumbled with the keys, and I could hear the faint patter of water dripping from the eaves outside. I shook off the feeling of unease and told myself it was just the storm playing tricks on my senses. After all, I'd driven late at night countless times, and nothing had ever felt this watchful. Inside, I tried to settle into a normal routine. I turned on the television, but the static-filled channel I'd landed on seemed almost purposeful, crackling with an intensity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The storm outside made every creak and groan of the house feel amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that maybe I had driven past something on the road that had followed me home. Around midnight, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, and I froze, listening. The rain was louder now, hammering down against the windows, and somewhere in the background, I thought I heard footsteps. Barefoot, slow, deliberate. I told myself it was probably the old pipes shifting, or maybe an animal outside. But then the sound moved closer, like it was walking across the living room floor, careful not to touch anything. My pulse quickened. I grabbed my phone for light, but the beam barely penetrated the gloom. I remembered the emergency flashlight tucked in the drawer of the kitchen cabinet and crawled to get it, my hands shaking. When I turned it on, the beam swept across the living room. Nothing. Just the furniture, the shadows stretching and flickering in the narrow light. But then I noticed something on the wall. Scratches. Thin, shallow, but they hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I had checked the walls earlier in the evening. My breath caught and I swallowed hard. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. I tried to rationalize. Maybe a branch had scratched the siding outside and somehow made its way in. Maybe I'd been careless in dismissing sounds. Maybe I was imagining it. I didn't want to think about what it could be. But deep down, a part of me knew that something was wrong. I went upstairs, locking the door behind me, and tried to sleep. I lay in bed, listening to the storm, trying to calm myself with thoughts of mundane things. Work, errands, grocery lists. But the quiet was deceptive. Every crack, every drip of water sounded amplified, and I could hear it again. Footsteps. Slow, methodical, pacing back and forth in the room below. I told myself it was the wind, settling the house, the storm, shaking loose things I hadn't noticed, but the pattern was too deliberate, too precise. Hours passed like this. I stayed frozen in bed, listening, barely breathing. Around 3 a.m, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Absolute, crushing silence. Then came a whisper. Not from outside, not from under the door, but from the corner of the room. It was so faint I thought I was imagining it. But then it came again, clearer, forming a word, my name. Mike. I bolted upright. My apartment was empty, except for me. I called out, my voice hoarse. Who's there? No response. Just the storm and the faint dripping from the eaves. I told myself I had imagined it, that the stress and long hours of work were getting to me. But I knew better. There was a presence here. I couldn't stay. I grabbed my coat and headed out into the rain, the flashlight cutting a narrow path through the darkness. The streets were empty, eerily so, with the storm washing away the usual signs of life. I walked, trying to convince myself that moving would make it go away. But as I passed under the flickering streetlights, I saw it again. The figure, standing in the middle of the street, soaking wet, head tilted slightly, arms hanging awkwardly. This time, I stopped. My heart thumped in my chest. The figure didn't move. It just stared, though I couldn't see its face clearly. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. The figure took a step forward, then another, and another. I turned and ran, not looking back until I reached the safety of my apartment. Inside, I locked every door and window, double-checked the locks, and sat in the dark, shivering. I couldn't bring myself to turn on any lights. Couldn't bring myself to call anyone. I didn't want to admit that something was out there, something following me, something that had watched me drive home and then chosen to follow. The rest of the night passed in a blur of terror and exhaustion. I never saw the figure again. Not directly. But I could hear it. Every time the wind shifted, every time the storm rattled the windows, every creak of the house sounded deliberate, like it was moving just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting. The next morning, the storm had cleared. The streets were littered with branches, the town wet and glistening in the weak sun. I walked outside cautiously, trying to convince myself that the previous night had been a hallucination, a stress-induced nightmare. But when I passed the same stretch of road, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Wet, muddy footprints, heading from the street to the edge of the forest leading directly toward my house. I never followed them. I never wanted to. But the presence stayed. Sometimes, late at night, I would hear it pacing the living room floor again, just beyond the reach of the light. I never turned on the lights after dark. I never went out after the storm. I lived in a constant, quiet terror, always listening, always watching, always aware that it was there, waiting. Weeks passed, and the occurrences grew more frequent. Small things at first, objects slightly moved, doors left ajar, the faint, impossible feeling of being watched. Then, more direct, whispers outside my bedroom window, shadows moving against the walls when I was certain I was alone. I tried to rationalize everything, to convince myself it was my mind, my paranoia, the stress of living alone, the isolation. But the evidence was undeniable. Something had chosen me. I installed cameras, hoping to capture proof, to see what it was. The footage showed nothing, only the empty rooms, the flickering shadows of the stormlight outside. But at night I could feel it. Its gaze, cold and unrelenting, moving across the room. I could hear the faint scraping, faint whispers, always calling, always patient. One night, I woke to the sound of my front door opening slowly. I had locked it, checked it, double-checked it. But there it was, moving with impossible quiet, creaking just enough to reach my ears. I sat frozen in bed, too terrified to move. The footsteps approached, slower than before, deliberate, and then, right outside my bedroom door, they stopped. A voice, low and almost human, whispered, "I've been waiting." I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed, before the sun came up and the voice disappeared. But I knew then that this was no longer a mere haunting, no longer a stress-induced hallucination. Something had found me, and it wasn't going anywhere. I left my apartment after that, moving to another town, another state, hoping distance would break whatever connection had been made. For a while, I felt safe. But storms have a way of bringing things back. One evening, driving home through a rainstorm, much like the one that started it all, I saw it. Across the street, standing under a flickering streetlight, head tilted, arms hanging awkwardly, watching, waiting. I realized then that some things don't leave no matter how far you run. Some things are patient. Some things wait for the darkness, for the storm, for the perfect moment. And sometimes, just sometimes, they find you no matter where you hide. I still hear it at night, in quiet moments, in the soft patter of rain against the window. It doesn't speak anymore. Not always. Sometimes it's just the feeling of being watched, the prickle at the back of my neck that never goes away. I have moved many times since that first night, each new place carrying the faint memory of its presence. And always in the corners of my vision, I sense it, lingering, patient, waiting for the next storm. You learn, after nights like these, that fear isn't about what you can see. Fear is what you feel when you know, deep in your bones, that something is there and it's never going to leave. You live with it, you adapt, you survive, but you never forget. Sometimes I wake to find my front door unlocked despite locking it. Sometimes objects I remember placing carefully are slightly moved, just enough to make me question my sanity. I've never seen it enter, never caught a glimpse in the daylight, but I feel it. Its presence is a constant hum beneath the surface of reality, and I know inevitably that it waits for me in the quiet, grim, still nights when the world falls asleep and the darkness feels heavy, thick, and alive. I've stopped trying to fight it. The more attention I give, the more real it becomes, and I've learned that ignoring it doesn't make it leave. It just waits, patient, knowing that eventually I'll slip, eventually I'll let my guard down, eventually I'll notice it standing just beyond the edge of my vision. And I always do. There's a lesson in this, one I wish I didn't have to learn. Some things are not meant to be confronted. They are not bound by rules, by walls, by distance, or by time. They exist in the shadows between moments, in the spaces we ignore, in the corners of our vision we never quite trust. And when they choose you, there's no escaping. The last storm I drove through, I saw it again, closer this time, standing beneath the flickering light, not moving, just watching, as if it had been there all along, waiting for me to return. I slowed the car, my heart hammering, and it didn't move. But I knew. It was patient. It would wait, and it would come, eventually when I was least prepared. And so I drive carefully now, past streetlights and empty stretches of road, the rain drumming on the roof, listening for the faintest sound, always aware. Because I've learned that fear is not about what happens, it's about what you know is coming, even if you can't see it yet. And I know. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the air itself seemed to hold its breath, thick and unmoving. The kind of night where even the wind dared not whisper, leaving the trees and houses to sway in eerie silence. I was driving back home from a late shift at the diner, the only place in town still humming with life at this ungodly hour. The neon "open 24 hours" sign buzzed faintly in the rearview mirror, and I tried not to dwell on the hollow loneliness that came with working nights. My route took me through the outskirts of town, where the streetlights grew sparser and the darkness seemed heavier. As I drove past the old Miller farm, I noticed the rusted gate swinging slightly, though there hadn't been a breeze for hours. I squinted, but saw no figure, nothing moving beyond the skeletal outline of trees and barns. Still, the sensation of being watched crept up my spine, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I shook it off. I'd been driving these roads for years. My imagination was just getting the better of me. The road narrowed, flanked by dense woods on either side. The headlights barely cut through the inky blackness, and my tires crunched over a section of gravel I hadn't remembered being there before. I slowed down. The night felt wrong, like it was holding itself together, waiting for something. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe a raccoon. Its shape was hunched, and it stood in the middle of the road, completely still. But as I got closer, I realized the shape was wrong, too thin, too rigid, and unnaturally still. Its head turned toward me, slowly, deliberately. The thing's eyes reflected the headlights, but not like animal eyes. These were flat, black, like pits, and they didn't blink. My foot pressed the brake without thinking. The figure didn't move. It just stared. And then, just as suddenly as I had seen it, it stepped aside, disappearing into the shadows at the edge of the trees. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was imagining things, maybe a trick of the light. I drove on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I reached my street, the one lined with aging maple trees, their branches drooping like mourners. My house stood quiet, the porch light flickering as if tired. As I parked, I saw a figure in the living room window, a shadow that didn't belong. My stomach dropped. My roommate, Jake, had gone to his parents for the weekend, leaving me alone. I checked my phone. No messages. No notifications. Nothing. I laughed nervously, convincing myself it was my imagination, a reflection from the streetlight, maybe. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me, but the feeling didn't leave. The air seemed heavier, as if someone else had been in the house, lingering where they shouldn't. I put on some music, something loud, to drown out the silence, but every creak of the house made me jump. Around midnight, I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. The faucet made a high-pitched squeal as I turned it on. I caught my reflection in the window, and for a moment I thought I saw someone standing behind me. I spun around. Empty. Just the kitchen, bathed in the dim yellow light. I tried to sleep, but the feeling of being watched never left. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt a presence in the room, like something crouched just out of sight. My phone buzzed suddenly on the nightstand, a text from an unknown number. "I see you." I froze. My hands shook as I held the phone. Another buzz. Closer. I turned on every light in the house, grabbed a baseball bat, and checked every room. Nothing. Nothing but shadows that seemed to stretch and twist in ways that defied reason. I even checked the doors and windows, locked just as I had left them. Hours passed. The text messages stopped. The silence returned, but it wasn't comforting anymore. It was oppressive, like a weight pressing down on me. I eventually dozed off, though every part of me remained alert, tense. I woke to a sound at 3 a.m, a soft, dragging noise coming from the living room. My eyes snapped open, and I saw the shadow again, crouched low, moving toward the hall. I gripped the bat, my heart hammering. I whispered, "Who's there?" No response. Just movement. Slowly, deliberately, it came closer. And then, right at the edge of the light from my bedroom, it stopped. The darkness seemed to pulse around it, as if it was breathing in sync with me. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to obey. My phone buzzed again. "Don't be afraid. Yet." I don't know why, but I read it aloud. The shadow twitched at the sound of my voice. Then, without warning, it vanished. The dragging noise stopped. Silence returned. Morning came, pale and gray. I left the house for work without breakfast, shaking, feeling every step on the floorboards like they were a warning. The town looked normal in daylight, quiet streets, neighbors going about their routines, but I couldn't shake the memory of the night. At work, I told my manager about the text, the shadow, but she laughed it off. "You've been working nights too long, honey," she said. "Stress makes your mind play tricks." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the unease stayed, like a shadow I couldn't shake. That night, I tried to avoid the roads near the Miller farm, taking a longer route home through town, but just before I reached my street, I saw it again. Standing at the edge of the woods, the same thin figure, eyes black pits staring at me. My headlights caught it briefly before it melted into the darkness. I got home, slammed the door, and stayed awake the entire night. Every sound, the house settling, the wind brushing against the siding, made me jump. The text messages started again, even though I hadn't touched my phone. "I'm inside." I ran through the house, bat in hand, checking every room. Nothing. But every room felt wrong, like the shadows were deeper, heavier, and moving slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. I called Jake, but he didn't answer. I called the police, but they suggested I might be experiencing stress or anxiety, especially with night shifts. I hung up, frustrated and terrified. Days passed. I tried to return to normal, going to work, avoiding late-night drives, keeping lights on, but the texts continued, always from unknown numbers, always with short, chilling messages. Watching. Near. Alone. I began noticing changes around the house. Items moved slightly as if someone had brushed past. The sound of soft breathing at night. Doors that I swore I had locked open. Shadows that weren't mine. One evening, I decided to record the house overnight. I set up cameras in the living room, bedroom, and kitchen. I went to sleep exhausted, hoping the recordings would reveal a logical explanation. The next morning, I reviewed them. The footage was mostly static, blurred shapes in low light. But one clip froze me in place. The shadow. It had appeared on camera, crouched in the living room, head turning slowly toward the camera. Its black eyes reflected the recording light. It stayed like that for over 10 minutes, unmoving before sliding across the floor, out of view. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up with every light in the house on, gripping my bat, listening. Around 3:17 a.m., I heard the soft dragging again. I turned, heart hammering, and saw it standing in the hallway, tall, thin, its head tilted unnaturally. The room's light didn't touch it. It was a void, absorbing all illumination around it. I don't remember how long I stared. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Then it was gone, leaving only a lingering cold that sank into my bones. I began researching. The Miller farm had a history I hadn't known, reports of strange disappearances, livestock found mutilated, local legends of a shadowy figure known as the Watcher. The older residents described a presence that followed, watched, and sometimes entered homes without leaving any trace. I became obsessed. I walked the town streets at night, checking corners, listening for the soft dragging, seeing if anyone else had noticed. Most people dismissed me as paranoid, but sometimes, late at night, I would see it across town, a thin, hunched figure standing perfectly still, staring with those black, empty eyes. The texts escalated. Closer, soon. I changed numbers, phones, even email addresses. It didn't matter. Messages always came from somewhere, never the same sender, yet always the same chilling tone. Weeks turned into months. I tried moving, but the presence seemed to follow. The shadows stretched longer in my new house, doors creaked without cause, and the dragging noise persisted. The texts became more personal. Under your bed. Behind the curtain. One night I confronted it. I left my lights off, stood in the center of the living room and called out, "What do you want from me?" The silence answered first. Then a single text appeared on my phone. "To watch until you're ready." I didn't understand. I don't think I ever will. Months later, I barely sleep. I don't leave the house after dark, and sometimes, just before dawn, I see it in the window across the street, always watching, waiting. The texts continue, as if measuring my fear, my isolation, my inevitable surrender. It's there when I shower, when I cook, when I sit at the kitchen table, always watching, never blinking, never speaking. And at night, in the deep, still dark, it drags slowly, carefully, closer. I've stopped calling the police. I've stopped telling people. They wouldn't understand. They can't. Some nights I hear it whispering my name. Other nights it doesn't need to. I feel it. Cold, patient, infinite. I don't know how much longer I can last. The last text came just before midnight tonight. Soon. I can feel it already in the air, in the shadows stretching across my walls, in the silence that now feels alive. The night is grim, still, and I am not alone. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the world seemed to pause, the kind that creeps into your bones and refuses to leave. I had been driving late on a back road outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, the kind of road that seems to stretch endlessly through pine forests and scattered clearings where the moonlight barely reaches the ground. I was returning from a friend's small gathering in the outskirts of town. Most of the people there had moved on to bigger cities, but I stayed local, drawn to the quiet familiarity of the place. That night, though, the quiet had a sinister edge. My car was the only one on the road, or so I thought. The hum of the engine, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the subtle rustling of the pines were my only companions. The headlights cut through the fog creeping in from the nearby mountains, but it wasn't thick fog. It was that thin, persistent mist that makes shadows move and shapes twist. I noticed it first when the radio flickered between stations, static breaking the soft voice of the late-night DJ. Then, in the corner of my eye, a figure seemed to appear on the shoulder, standing unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe a deer, or some hiker who had wandered too close to the road. I drove on, trying to shake the feeling crawling up my spine. That's when I saw the car behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. People travel at odd hours, and maybe it was someone heading home too. But it was keeping pace, exactly matching my every turn, every acceleration. The road curved sharply to the left, and the car followed perfectly. There were no headlights, just the faint reflection of my own headlights off its hood. I sped up. It sped up. I slowed down. It slowed down. A knot tightened in my stomach, the kind that makes your stomach churn and your chest feel heavy. I considered pulling over at one of the small turnouts, but they were empty and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. And then I remembered something a friend had told me once. If someone is following you and you stop, they might do something unpredictable. So I kept driving, trying to act calm, trying to reason with myself that it had to be someone familiar, maybe a local who had a habit of late-night driving. But the way it moved, so precisely, was wrong. It was almost like it knew me. I reached a small bridge that crossed a dry creek bed. The kind of bridge that was barely more than a couple of beams and a metal railing, creaking faintly under the weight of my car. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The car was still there. Then, without warning, it swerved onto the shoulder and stopped. I exhaled, relief washing over me, thinking maybe it had finally decided to turn off. But then I realized I couldn't see a driver, not a single shadow, not a movement. My stomach dropped. I drove faster, trying to convince myself I was imagining things, but the backseat window caught a flash, something moving there, or maybe just a reflection. My heart started pounding in a way that made the steering wheel tremble in my hands. I had grown up in this area, spent more nights than I care to admit driving these roads, but nothing had ever felt like this. It was as if the night itself had folded in around me. I reached the highway eventually, and the road opened up, offering a sense of safety in the streetlights and the familiar hum of traffic. I glanced again in the mirror, but there was no car. Not a trace. The relief was immediate, but uneasy. Something about that car, the way it had moved, left an imprint on my mind that didn't fade. I parked in my driveway and got out of the car, heart still hammering. The house was silent, the kind of quiet that makes you strain for the tiniest sound. I locked the doors behind me, muttering to myself that it was over. But then I heard it, a knock. Just one, sharp and deliberate, from the back door. I froze. It was impossible. No one should be there. My parents were gone for the weekend, and my neighbors were miles away. I peeked through the blinds. Nothing. Just the dim glow of the porch light and the long shadows it cast. I approached the door slowly, trying to convince myself it was the wind, a branch, something mundane. But when I reached the handle, it was cold, unnaturally cold, like metal had been chilled in ice. I stepped back, heart thudding, and that's when I heard it again, this time from inside the house. I live alone. The sound came from the living room, a low, deliberate tapping on the wall. My rational mind told me it could be anything, a loose pipe, the house settling, but the rhythm was unmistakably deliberate. Not random, but a pattern, slow and methodical. My hands shook as I picked up the baseball bat from the corner and crept toward the sound. The living room was empty. Nothing moved. But then I saw it, a shadow, not cast by anything in the room, stretched across the floor like a dark stain. It moved slightly when I stepped closer, shifting with a life of its own. I froze, gripping the bat, my breath shallow. The shadow seemed to lean toward me, almost sniffing the air, and then it vanished. I called the police. They came, searched every corner, every crevice, but found nothing. No footprints outside, no signs of forced entry, no indication anyone had been in the house at all. I tried to sleep that night, but every creak of the house sounded like footsteps, every gust of wind like whispered words just beyond comprehension. Days passed, and I tried to convince myself it had hallucination, stress, lack of sleep, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. I started noticing things. Objects slightly moved, doors that were locked left open, faint scratches along the floorboards that hadn't been there before. Friends who came over remarked on the coldness in the living room, the way the shadows seemed heavier there, denser, almost clinging to corners. One evening, about 2 weeks after the initial incident, I decided to check the cameras I had installed around the house, mostly for security, nothing fancy, just a few motion-sensing cameras around the perimeter. What I saw made my stomach twist. In the footage, a figure appears outside my house just after midnight, standing in the yard, completely still. But it wasn't just standing. It seemed to absorb the shadows, as if the darkness itself was crawling toward it. When I zoomed in, the face was obscured, but the posture, the movement, even the absence of normal reflections in the window told me this was not human. The figure didn't move for hours, just waited, and then, when the sun started to rise, it vanished, leaving the yard completely untouched. Not a footprint, not a single sign of disturbance. I watched the footage over and over, and each time the sense of dread grew. I began researching local legends, police reports, news stories. There were whispers of similar encounters in isolated parts of Arizona, people seeing shadows that moved on their own, vehicles that followed drivers with no one inside, houses where the temperature dropped suddenly, objects shifted. I found reports spanning decades, strange patterns that never reached mainstream attention. Then one night, it escalated. I was sitting in the living room, reading, trying to ignore the tension knotting in my shoulders. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. My phone had no signal, the batteries in the flashlight were dead. I felt it before I saw it. The presence cold and oppressive, sitting at the edge of perception, pressing against my mind. And then I heard it, the whisper. Not words, just a hiss, low and venomous, coming from all directions at once. I ran. I don't remember much of the next few hours, just the pounding of my heart, the blur of doors, the panic that stripped rational thought from my mind. By the time the police arrived, neighbors had called after hearing strange noises. It was gone. No sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, no trace of anyone at all. I moved after that, far away into a town where the roads were wider, the nights busier, the shadows less threatening. But even now, years later, I can't escape it. On still nights, when the wind is right and the moon hides behind clouds, I feel it again, the sense of being watched, followed, waited for. The air grows heavier, the shadows cling closer, and I can almost hear the faint, deliberate tapping that started it all. Some nights I wonder if it was real, or if the exhaustion and isolation had gotten to me. But I know better. There's a rhythm to it, a patience that no human possesses. I've read the reports, heard the whispers, seen the same phenomena captured by cameras and recounted by strangers across the state. Whatever it is, it doesn't need to move quickly. It doesn't need to be seen. It waits. It watches. And sometimes when the night is grim and still, it comes close enough for you to feel it without ever truly seeing it. And I can still hear the tapping just outside my window, echoing through the quiet, patient as ever. Story the end. It had been raining all day, the kind of relentless, steady rain that turns streets into rivers and makes the world feel smaller and heavier. I was driving back from a job interview in a town I didn't know well, somewhere in rural Pennsylvania. My car's windshield wipers beat a steady rhythm as I navigated the slick roads. The sky was dark gray, almost black, and the occasional flash of lightning made the bare trees along the roadside look like skeletal sentinels. I had passed a few houses earlier, their windows glowing warm against the gloom, but for the most part, the road was empty. That's why when I saw the figure on the shoulder of the road, I almost didn't believe it at first. It was a man, or I thought it was a man, dressed in a long, dark coat, holding something in his hands. He wasn't waving me down, just standing there, looking at me, or maybe looking past me. I slowed down instinctively, my eyes trying to make sense of the scene through the rain-streaked windshield. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, thin, and his posture was unnaturally straight, like a scarecrow. I passed him slowly, heart rate rising, and caught a glimpse of his face, pale, almost gray, expressionless. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. The sudden absence made me slam the brakes, but there was no one there. Nothing, just the empty road slick with rain. I laughed nervously, telling myself I was tired, my imagination fueled by the storm and the isolation. I shook my head and pressed on, thinking maybe I'd pulled into the wrong lane or glimpsed someone behind a tree. It made sense, I told myself, but the feeling in my stomach didn't ease. There was a gnawing, restless dread that I couldn't shake, the sort that doesn't let go even after the rational part of your mind insists you're being silly. I drove for another 15 minutes, the rain hammering against the roof when my car began to sputter. I cursed under my breath, tapping the gas, but it slowed and then died. The lights dimmed, and everything outside turned darker, the rain masking any sound beyond its own steady fall. I tried to restart the engine, turning the key repeatedly, but it wouldn't catch. The digital clock on the dashboard blinked 8:42. I checked my phone. No signal. Perfect. I was stuck in the middle of nowhere, in a storm, at night, with no one to help. I leaned back, letting out a shaky breath, and cursed again. The figure returned, or maybe I hadn't really seen it leave. This time he was standing closer, about 30 feet away, under the dim glow of a broken streetlight. I could see more clearly now. His face was sharper, almost unnaturally so, with hollow eyes and thin lips pressed into a line. He didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe, just stared. My stomach flipped, and I slammed the door lock, my hands shaking, my mind raced. Call for help, run. But where would I run? Into the rain, into the darkness? I fumbled for my seatbelt, heart hammering, and tried the engine again. Nothing. Then, almost silently, I heard it, the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching over wet gravel, getting closer. I couldn't tell from where. The rain masked everything, yet somehow the steps were loud in my ears. I fumbled with the door handle, finally yanking it open. I had no plan, no real thought, just the desperate need to put distance between me and the figure. As soon as I stepped out, the air hit me. It was colder than the storm outside, like stepping into a freezer. The figure was closer now, maybe 20 feet away, and I noticed he wasn't wet, not even a single drop on his coat. That should have made me pause. I should have realized something was deeply, horribly wrong. Instead, I ran. I ran into the woods, sloshing through mud, branches scraping my arms and face. Every instinct screamed at me to keep going, but the figure moved too. He didn't run, didn't stumble, he just glided, and no matter how fast I ran, I could hear those steps, perfectly matching my pace. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but stopping wasn't an option. Then, without warning, I tripped on a root and fell face first into the mud. I scrambled to my feet, shaking, my eyes searching for him, but he wasn't there. The forest was dark, trees looming like giants, shadows twisting unnaturally. I could still hear him, though, not his footsteps, but a sound that chilled me deeper than fear. A low, quiet whisper, almost beneath the rain, saying my name, my real name, clear, unmistakable. I froze, heart slamming against my ribs. My voice caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. The whisper repeated, softer now, almost coaxing, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." I stumbled backward, tripping again, and suddenly I was in a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. The ground was littered with old, broken objects, rusted toys, shoes, pieces of a doll. And there, standing in the center, was the figure. Only now, he wasn't a man anymore. His skin had a sickly gray pallor, his eyes were hollow pits, and his mouth was stretched in a silent scream. He raised a hand, and the whispering stopped. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And then I saw it. Behind him, barely visible through the trees, were dozens of figures, all standing perfectly still, all pale, all expressionless. They weren't human, not really, but they weren't exactly monsters either. They were something in between, something waiting. My mind screamed to run, to escape, but my legs refused. I was rooted in place, paralyzed by the realization that I wasn't alone, and I hadn't been alone for a long time. The storm, the woods, the road, they had been his hunting ground, and I had wandered into it. I don't remember how long I stood there. It could have been seconds, could have been hours. The figure stepped closer, and the whisper returned, louder this time, filled with a strange longing. Stay. Stay with us. I stumbled back, tripping again, and hit the ground hard. My vision blurred, the forest spinning. I scrambled toward the sound of running water, anything to escape, and burst into a small creek. The cold water shocked me into movement, and I waded upstream, branches whipping my face. The whispering faded, but the feeling didn't. I could still sense them watching, waiting. I didn't look back, couldn't. Eventually I found the road again, or what was left of it. My car was gone. I couldn't believe it. One moment it was there, dead in the rain, and now nothing. No tire tracks, no sign it had ever existed. The streetlights flickered on ahead, faint and wavering. I stumbled toward them, soaked, covered in mud, terrified. As I reached the first house, I pounded on the door, screaming for help. An old man opened, eyes wide. He looked me over, taking in my state, then shook his head. "You shouldn't be out here," he said. "Not tonight." I asked him about the road, the storm, the figure, but he just shook his head again. "Don't talk about it," he said, closing the door. I heard a lock click. I was left outside, shivering, the rain still falling, the world still dark. I wandered for hours, eventually finding a gas station at the edge of town. The clerk stared at me, muttering something about being lucky to have made it. I couldn't explain. I couldn't tell anyone because no one would believe me, and part of me didn't even want them to. I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see, and that knowledge had changed me. I eventually made it home, but the memory of that night didn't fade. Months later, I returned to Pennsylvania, like trying to pinpoint where the road had been. Maps showed nothing, just dense forest and a few scattered houses. The locals wouldn't talk about it, not directly. I heard whispers in diners, half-heard warnings, "Don't go that way, people disappear there, it's not safe after dark." But specifics, names, exact locations, nothing. It was as if the land itself wanted to erase it from existence, to protect the living from what waits in the dark. I never drove that road again. I kind of never returned at night. I changed jobs, moved to a different state. But sometimes in the middle of a heavy rain, I'll swear I see him on the side of the road, just standing, waiting. Not moving, not blinking, just looking. My heart races, my hands sweat, and I have to remind myself I'm not there. I'm somewhere else, safe. But the whisper comes again, soft, almost imperceptible. "Don't leave me." And in those moments I understand. I am never truly alone. The storm, the darkness, the stillness of night, they brought me to him once, and I know they always could again. There's a hunger there, patient, enduring, and it doesn't forget. Sometimes I dream about the forest, about the clearing and the figures. I wake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, thinking I hear footsteps in the hallway, the whispering just beyond the edge of perception. I check the locks, the doors, the windows, and reassure myself it's nothing. But deep down, I know better. The night remembers, and the night waits. I've learned a few things since that night. Never drive unfamiliar roads in storms. Never ignore that feeling in your gut when something doesn't feel right. And most importantly, never assume that the figure you see in the shadows is human. The things out there in the dark, they are patient. They watch, they follow, and they wait for moments of weakness. I've escaped them, but they remember me. I feel it sometimes. A presence behind me when I'm alone, a glance in the reflection that doesn't belong to me. And I know, when the storm comes again, when the night is grim and still, they will be there. Waiting, watching, always. Years have passed since that night, yet I carry it with me everywhere. Even the mundane, ordinary nights carry the echo of that dark road and the whispering figures in my mind. I see them in the corner of my vision while driving, fleeting, almost imagined, yet unmistakably real. My dreams are filled with endless roads, dark and slick with rain, figures gliding silently just beyond the headlights. I wake in the same panic, drenched, heart hammering. only to realize the nightmare has followed me into the waking world. I don't know what they are or why they chose that stretch of road, why they chose me. I don't think I'll ever know. All I know is the fear never leaves and the memory never fades. It's a living thing, a constant presence lurking just at the edge of perception, a reminder that some things in the world are not meant to be seen, not meant to be known, and certainly not meant to be escaped. The forest, the rain, the dark road, they were just the beginning. I carry it with me now, in every quiet, still night, in every shadow that flickers at the edge of the room, in every whisper that I tell myself is just the wind. I know better. They are out there, waiting, and one day they will come again. Story the end. It was one of those nights in late October when the air was heavy and even the wind seemed hesitant to move. The small town of Hollow Creek, nestled in a forgotten corner of upstate New York, was wrapped in silence, the kind of silence that made every footstep feel too loud, every shadow a threat. I had moved there 2 weeks prior, taking a small creaking house on the edge of town. The previous tenant had left abruptly, the real estate agent vague about why, muttering something about strange noises and neighbors who didn't see it. I hadn't thought much of it. I liked solitude, and Hollow Creek offered exactly that. But now, as I sat in my dimly lit living room, the shadows on the walls seemed thicker, the darkness outside absolute. I'd been reading when I first heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping like nails against wood. At first, I assumed it was the house settling. Old homes make noises like that all the time. But the tapping continued, deliberate, slow. I froze, listening. It came from the back of the house, where the kitchen window faced the overgrown backyard. I turned the lamp toward the window and squinted into the darkness. Nothing, just the outline of dead trees and the mist rising from the damp ground. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but the tapping returned, this time louder, more insistent. It sounded almost like someone knocking, but no pattern, just a staccato rhythm that made my skin crawl. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the kitchen. The house was still, every creak of the floorboards echoing in the silence. When I reached the window, I shined the beam outside. Nothing. No movement, no shapes, nothing that could explain the noise. Just the mist curling around the trunks of the trees like smoke in slow motion. I shook my head and turned back to the living room. That's when I noticed the kitchen door, the one that led to the basement, was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it earlier. My heart rate picked up, but I told myself I must have forgotten. I leaned down to close it and froze. There, in the faint glow of the flashlight, I saw scratches on the edge of the doorframe. Deep, jagged gouges, as if something had been clawing at it. The wood was splintered, and a faint smell of something metallic and wet lingered in the air. My stomach turned. I had never seen anything like it before. I backed away slowly, telling myself to call someone, maybe the police, but my phone was dead. No signal. I cursed under my breath. I was alone. Completely alone, in a house that felt suddenly alive with something I didn't understand. The next night, I decided to stay up. I sat in the living room with every light on, every door locked, my laptop balanced on my knees as a feeble distraction. Around midnight, I heard it again, the tapping. It started softly, almost teasing, then louder, moving through the house. It wasn't coming from the window this time. No, it was all around me. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor seemed to pulse with it. Then came another sound, a low, wet, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the floor above me. The sound stopped abruptly, right above the living room. I held my breath. Nothing moved. Then a whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. A single word, leave. I bolted to the door, tried to unlock it, and the key broke in the lock. Panic rose in me. I ran to the back door, but it was locked tight and every window was sealed. I could hear it moving now, soft, deliberate footsteps upstairs. I didn't own anyone else and I was alone. That much I knew. The steps came closer, slower, then paused. Silence. Then the whisper again, leave. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the living room, flashlight in hand, staring at the ceiling, waiting. At dawn, the noises stopped. The house was quiet again, too quiet. I convinced myself it had been my imagination, maybe a rodent or a tree branch. Rational explanations. That's all I allowed myself. For the next few days, I tried to ignore it. I went about my routine, work, groceries, errands, but the house felt oppressive, like it was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. At night, I would lie awake, listening for the whispers, the tapping, the dragging, and every night they returned, louder, closer, more insistent. One evening, about a week after I moved in, I was sorting through some boxes in the attic when I found an old journal. The cover was worn, pages yellowed, and the handwriting slanted and erratic. It belonged to the previous tenant, a man named Henry. His entries were strange, talking about noises, shadows that moved on their own, feeling watched. The last entry was particularly chilling. They are in the walls now. I see them when I close my eyes. I don't know how long I can stay here. I think they want me gone. I hear them whisper at night, "Leave." I dropped the journal, my hands shaking. I should have left then, but I was stubborn, foolish. I told myself it was just a coincidence, just a story. But I didn't sleep that night. Around 2 a.m., the tapping started again. I recognized it immediately. It wasn't coming from a window or a door. It was from inside the walls, a deep, resonant knock, moving rhythmically through the house. I could hear faint scratching behind the drywall, as if something was trying to dig its way through. I pressed my ear against the wall, and I could hear it. Breathing. Deep, wet breath. Slow and deliberate, coming from inside the house itself. I ran to the living room and grabbed a knife from the kitchen, my hands slick with sweat. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Leave. Leave now." My stomach dropped, and I knew I couldn't stay. I tried the front door. It was stuck. The back door, locked. Every window sealed, as if the house itself had trapped me. I was completely alone and completely trapped. I spent the rest of the night pacing, clutching the knife, listening to the sounds. At one point, I heard the stairs creak above me. Someone or something was coming down. The steps were slow, heavy, deliberate. I called out, my voice trembling, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a voice, not human, low and guttural, "You shouldn't have come here." I ran upstairs, desperate to escape, and found myself in the attic. The room was empty, but the air was thick, almost suffocating. I backed into a corner, heart hammering, and that's when I saw it, a shadow, darker than the darkness itself, moving along the walls. It had no shape, no form, just a presence that radiated malice. The whispers became a chorus all around me. "Leave, leave, leave." I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke to silence. The house was still. The morning light filtered through the dusty windows, and for a moment, I felt relief. But when I looked in the mirror, there were scratches across my arms, deep and fresh. And on the floor, near the door, I saw marks in the dust, footprints, small and irregular, leading up the stairs and into the attic. I didn't stay another night. I packed my things and left Hollow Creek, never looking back. But I still think about that house, about those whispers in the night, about the presence that lingered behind every wall. And sometimes when I'm alone in my new apartment, I hear a faint tapping, a soft whisper, calling me back. Leave. Years later, I returned to Hollow Creek. Not the house, just the town. I spoke with some locals, trying to understand what had happened. They all gave me the same look, the same story. That house had been abandoned for decades, ever since the first tenant vanished without a trace. Some claimed it was cursed, haunted by something ancient, something that didn't want to be disturbed. Others said the previous occupants went mad, driven by the noises, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. No one would go near it anymore. I thought I had escaped, but I hadn't. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear it. The tapping, the whispers, the slow, deliberate dragging of something unseen. And I know, without a doubt, that it followed me, that it waits in the corners of my mind, patient, relentless. I can feel it in my bones, a constant, unshakable presence. I try to tell myself I'm imagining it, that it's just fear, but I know better. I can hear it. Always. It started subtly at first, small scratches along the walls of my new apartment, just enough to make me pause in the hallway. Then came faint whispers when the wind blew through the city streets, words almost indistinguishable, but unmistakably saying, "Leave." My friends noticed me growing withdrawn, pale, exhausted. I couldn't tell them. How could I explain something that defied logic, something that followed me across states, across homes, across years? One night, I awoke to the sensation of being watched. I opened my eyes to a dark shape at the foot of my bed, featureless, tall, its presence radiating a chill that penetrated every nerve. My body froze. The shape didn't move, but I felt its gaze burn through me, heavy and oppressive. Then the whisper, soft but clear, "You shouldn't have left." I ran that morning. I packed everything, my mind a whirl of panic, and left without looking back. I stayed in motels, friends' couches, anywhere I could find temporary solace, but no place was safe. The presence followed. At night, I could feel it pressing down, verted, close enough to smell its decay, hear the faint wet scraping of claws against floors and walls, and hear the whispering, always whispering, "Leave." I tried researching, trying to understand. I dug into the history of Hollow Creek, the house, the previous tenants. Each story was darker than the last. Disappearances, suicides, people driven insane, animals found slaughtered nearby, doors and windows mysteriously barricaded from the inside. The pattern was clear. The house was a nexus for something malevolent, something that fed on fear, isolation, and solitude. But it didn't just stay in Hollow Creek. Once it found you, it followed. Years passed, and I moved from city to city, each time feeling the presence inch closer, persistent, patient. I stopped answering the phone, the door, afraid that it could use any opening to reach me. I stopped sleeping, living in a perpetual state of vigilance. Shadows became friends, silence became my companion, and every creak, every gust of wind, every distant noise became a warning. Sometimes I think I can fight it, that if I ignore it, it will leave. But I know better. I can feel it watching from the corners of my apartment, lurking behind mirrors, resting in the dark spaces beneath the bed. And at night, when the world is still, when the wind doesn't dare to move, I hear it, whispering, calling, reminding me that no matter where I go, no matter how far I run, it is always there, waiting, watching, patient. It has been years, but the whispers haven't stopped. They have grown, evolved. Now they sometimes speak my name, sometimes mimic the voices of people I know, testing me, teasing me, wearing down my resistance. Every scratch on a wall, every faint tap on the floor, every shadow that flickers unnaturally across a room reminds me that it is near. And I know, deep down, that it never intends to let me go. I've learned to live with it, though not in peace. I avoid the dark, avoid being alone, but that doesn't matter. It is patient. And one night, when I least expect it, it will strike, dragging me back to the place where it all began. And I will hear the whisper again, sharper, colder, more certain. Leave, or stay forever. No one believes me. How could they? The world outside is bright, safe, mundane. They cannot see the darkness creeping at the edges of my life. They cannot hear the whispers in the dead of night, cannot feel the chill pressing against their bones when no one is there. But I know the truth. I have lived it. And I know without a shadow of doubt that once it chooses you, there is no escape. Every night, I lock my doors, double-check my windows, sit in the corner with a flashlight, listening. The whispers are coming closer. The tapping, the scratching, the wet, dragging sound, closer. And tonight, it is not patient anymore. Tonight, I know it will reveal itself fully. I can hear it now, moving through the walls, slow and deliberate, its presence filling the apartment, filling the air, filling my chest with a terror I cannot describe. It whispers my name, and I know it is laughing. I am trapped, alone, and utterly, completely at its mercy. Story the end. The night was unusually still for early autumn in Maine. The small coastal town of Bar Harbor had mostly shut down for the season, leaving the streets quiet, the shops dark, and the air filled with a scent of salt and damp pine. I'd come there on a whim after finding an off-season rental advertised online. A small, old house a few miles out of town, perched near the edge of the forest where the trees seemed to lean closer than they should. The photos showed rustic charm, a fireplace, and a view of the ocean. I thought it would be the perfect place to unwind and finish the manuscript I'd been working on for nearly a year. The house was as old as it looked in the photos. Its walls smelled faintly of sea air and something older, something damp and earthy like wet stone. It creaked constantly, even in calm weather, and the windows rattled softly as though someone was tapping on the glass. Still, I told myself, it was quaint, atmospheric, perfect for writing. For the first week, nothing felt wrong. I wrote during the day, walked the shoreline at dusk, and listened to the waves at night. But as soon as the town began to truly empty out, after the last tourists left and the local shops closed early, the silence around the house deepened into something heavier. It wasn't the absence of sound so much as the presence of something else, like someone holding their breath just out of sight. The first strange incident happened on a night like that. I was sitting at the small desk in the living room, my laptop open but idle, my fingers frozen above the keys. The house was silent except for the distant roll of the tide. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate, coming from the kitchen. I froze. The doors were locked. I hadn't seen a car go by in hours. But the sound continued, each step careful, measured. I stood up and moved toward the kitchen, my heart pounding. When I reached the doorway, the room was empty. The back door was still locked. The windows were shut. I tried to laugh it off, blaming my own imagination. Long nights alone can do that, I told myself. You hear things. You think you see movement out of the corner of your eye. You spook yourself. But the following night it happened again. Only this time it wasn't footsteps. It was whispering. Low and breathy, like someone murmuring just under their breath from another room. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence was unmistakable, a voice. I got up, checked every corner of the house, opened closets, even the attic door. Nothing. Just the smell of damp wood and salt. The whispers became a regular occurrence after that, always at night, always when the house was at its quietest. I began leaving all the lights on, thinking that maybe brightness would make me feel safer, but it didn't. The house seemed even more sinister in the light, the shadows sharper and the old wallpaper more faded and stained. Then came the writing. It was early morning, gray light filtering through the windows when I stumbled into the kitchen to make coffee. On the table, where I'd left a blank legal pad the night before, were words scrawled in heavy, jagged handwriting. At first I thought I'd done it myself in some kind of fugue state, but the words were not my style, and I certainly didn't remember writing them. They said simply, "Do you hear it now?" I dropped the pad, my hands trembling. That night I tried not to sleep. I sat up on the couch with the lights on, staring at the hallway. Around 2 a.m, I heard the kitchen door open. The sound of the latch, the soft squeal of the hinges. I sat perfectly still, my breath shallow. Footsteps coming closer, slow, deliberate. I picked up the fireplace poker I'd kept beside me, gripping it so hard my hands ached. The footsteps reached the doorway of the living room, but stopped. I couldn't see anyone, just the hallway stretching into shadow. Then the whispering began again, louder this time, coming from right behind me. I spun around, swinging the poker, but hit only empty air. A gust of cold swept through the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. When the whispering finally stopped, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. In the reflection of the darkened window across the room, a shape stood behind me, a tall, indistinct figure, its face obscured, its body a blur of shadow and something pale. I turned, and it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I tried to leave. I packed a bag, loaded it into my car, and started down the long gravel driveway. But as soon as I reached the road, the car stalled. No matter what I did, the engine wouldn't turn over. I walked back to the house to call for help, but my phone had no service, and the old rotary phone in the kitchen emitted only dead silence. The air in the house felt heavier, colder, like the sea mist had crept inside. The whispers began before nightfall this time. They were louder, clearer, almost like chanting. I tried to block it out with music, but the sound seemed to seep through everything. At some point, I must have dozed off in the chair by the fireplace because I woke up to find the room in complete darkness. The power was out. The only light came from the faint glow of the moon through the window. I sat up, disoriented, and that's when I saw it. The figure. Not in the corner this time, but standing directly across from me in the living room, its outline tall and crooked, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. Its hands, if they were hands, were long, too long, and seemed to taper into sharp points. It moved toward me, slow, deliberate, without making a sound. I scrambled backward, knocking over the chair, my heart hammering so loud I could barely hear myself scream. But as it drew closer, it simply dissolved, like mist breaking apart. The whispering stopped. The house fell silent again. I left at first light, abandoning most of my things. The car started on the first try. I didn't look back as I drove away, not even once. But even now, weeks later, back in my apartment in the city, I still hear it at night. The slow footsteps in the kitchen, the whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. And sometimes when I glance at the darkened window, I swear I see a figure reflected there, watching, waiting, patient as the tide. Story the end. It was a biting cold night in rural Ohio, the kind of night where even the air feels heavy and damp, clinging to your skin. I had been driving for hours on back roads trying to get to a friend's wedding in West Virginia. My GPS had lost its signal somewhere along the way, and my phone had gone dead. By the time I realized I was hopelessly lost, the road had narrowed to a single cracked lane lined with barren trees, their twisted limbs arching over like skeletal fingers. When I saw the old roadside inn, it felt like salvation. It was a squat brick building with a faded sign that read Maple Hollow Inn in peeling white paint. Only one window glowed faintly yellow. Everything about it felt wrong, but I was tired, the cold seeping into my bones. I parked my car in the small gravel lot, which was empty except for an old rusted pickup with no license plates. Inside, the inn smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like old blood. A thin man with hollow eyes stood behind the desk. His skin was pale and waxy, his smile too wide, showing grayish teeth. "You're lucky," he said in a voice that rasped like sandpaper. "We've got one room left." I handed him cash because the credit card machine looked like it hadn't worked in years. He slid an old-fashioned brass key across the counter. "Room 4, he said, but his eyes didn't meet mine. The hallway leading to the room was narrow and dimly lit by flickering bulbs. The carpet smelled of mildew, and my footsteps echoed unnaturally, as if the hall were larger than it looked. When I opened the door to room 4, the smell hit me first. A sour, damp odor, like something had died there long ago. The room was small, just a single bed, a dresser, and a window that looked out onto the dark woods. I tried to shake off the unease. I was exhausted, and the wind howling outside only added to my nerves. I locked the door, slid the chain across, and sat on the bed. The mattress sagged as though someone invisible had just gotten up from it. Around midnight, the noises started. At first, it was faint, soft tapping from the walls like long fingernails dragging along the wood. Then it grew louder, spreading from one side of the room to the other until it felt like something was circling me inside the walls. I got up, pressed my ear to the plaster, and nearly recoiled. Behind the wall was breathing, wet, heavy, deliberate. I whispered hello without even realizing it, and something whispered back, "Don't." My blood turned to ice. The voice was faint but unmistakable, low and guttural. I backed away from the wall, clutching my phone like a weapon even though it was dead. I stared at the door, thinking of running, but I could see a shadow moving beneath the gap at the bottom, a shape pacing back and forth in the hallway. Then the knob rattled. Slowly at first, then violently, like someone trying to rip the door off its hinges. The chain held, but the door shuddered under the force. I shouted, "Who's there?" But no answer came. The knob stilled. Silence. And then from the corner of the room came another sound. A soft dragging noise, like cloth or skin sliding across the floorboards. I turned toward it, my heart hammering. The corner was dark, darker than it should have been, a black mass pooling where the walls met. It wasn't a shadow, it moved. I stumbled backward, tripping over the bed frame, and the whisper came again, louder now, all around me. "Don't." I bolted for the door, fumbling with the chain. My hands shook so badly I could barely lift it. Behind me, the dragging grew louder, closer, and the whisper turned into a low hiss. I yanked the chain free, tore open the door, and ran into the hallway. But the hallway wasn't the same. It stretched impossibly long, the flickering bulbs now swinging on their cords. Every door I passed was open just a crack, and from each one came faint whispers, overlapping, calling my name. "Stay with us. Don't go." I ran faster, my feet pounding the carpet, but the hall never ended. The lights flickered off entirely for a moment, plunging me into blackness, and when they flickered back on, the man from the front desk was standing in front of me. His smile was wider now, too wide, splitting his face unnaturally. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped. I screamed and shoved past him. Suddenly, I was outside in the freezing air, stumbling into the gravel lot. My car was there, keys still in the ignition. I didn't even look back. I jumped in and sped off, gravel spitting out from my tires. In my rearview mirror, the inn was gone. Only the dark trees remained. I drove until dawn, until I saw a gas station. The clerk inside looked at me strangely when I asked about Maple Hollow Inn. "That place burned down 20 years ago," he said. "Killed everyone inside. Nobody goes near there now." I didn't argue. I just left. But sometimes when I'm on an empty road at night, I hear it again. The soft tapping in the walls of my car, the faint whisper near my ear. "Don't." Story the end. The night was heavy with silence when I first arrived at the old farmhouse. It stood at the end of a long gravel road in rural Pennsylvania, surrounded by fields that seemed to stretch on forever. I had rented it for the winter, hoping the isolation would help me focus on my writing. It was cheap, too cheap, really, but I told myself it was because of the location. The pictures online had shown a charming old home with wide porches and creaky wood floors. In person, it felt different. The air around it seemed denser, quieter, as if the house itself was holding its breath. Inside, everything smelled faintly of dust and damp earth. The furniture was old but sturdy, mismatched pieces left behind by previous tenants. The wallpaper was yellowed with age, peeling in places to reveal even older patterns beneath. As I unpacked my things, I noticed strange carvings etched into the wood of the kitchen doorframe, small marks like tally lines, unevenly cut. The first night passed uneventfully, except for a faint sound of shuffling in the attic above me. I wrote it off as squirrels or raccoons nesting up there. Still, I had a hard time sleeping. There was a heaviness in the house, like a presence, as if I weren't truly alone. By the third night, I began waking at odd hours. The sound of footsteps would echo faintly from somewhere within the house, slow, deliberate, as if someone were pacing. Once, I woke at 3:14 a.m. to the unmistakable sound of a door creaking open downstairs. I crept down the staircase, heart pounding, clutching a heavy flashlight. The living room was empty. The front door was locked. Everything was as I'd left it. The next morning, I found the kitchen chairs rearranged. I'd left them tucked neatly under the table, but now they were pushed out at odd angles. One even turned completely around. A few of my belongings had been moved too. My notebook, my keys, my jacket. I tried to convince myself I was misremembering, but deep down I knew I wasn't. I started locking the bedroom door at night. That's when the knocking began. Faint, rhythmic knocks at the door just after midnight. Always 3 taps. When I called out, the knocking stopped. When I flung the door open, no one was there. On the 5th night, I woke to the smell of wet soil. It was strong, pungent, like fresh earth after a storm. My window was cracked open, though I hadn't touched it. Below the window, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare feet, small like a child's, leading away from the house into the fields. I tried to leave the next morning, packed my bag, loaded the car, and drove off down the long gravel road. But 10 minutes later, somehow, I was back at the farmhouse. I hadn't turned the wheel. I hadn't taken a wrong turn. It was as if the road itself had folded back into the property. By nightfall, the knocking had spread to the windows, the walls, even the floor beneath my bed. I heard whispers now, too, soft, childlike, echoing through the halls. Once, when I opened the bathroom door, I caught a glimpse of a shadow darting across the mirror. No reflection, just a shape. I searched the house for any sign of someone living there. In the attic, beneath a pile of rotting boxes, I found a wooden trunk. Inside were children's toys, old and decayed, dolls with cracked porcelain faces, a small wooden horse missing a wheel. Beneath the toys was a stack of photographs, children standing in front of the farmhouse, faces blurred or scratched out. The back of each photograph had a date and a name. The most recent was from just 5 years ago. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on, clutching my phone like a lifeline. At 2:57 a.m., the whispers stopped. The house fell silent. Then, from the corner of the room, a figure stepped into the light. A little girl, no older than 8, her dress soaked as if she'd been caught in the rain. Her eyes were hollow, black pits. She tilted her head at me, and her mouth moved, but no sound came out. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. When I looked up again, she was gone. The lights flickered. The smell of earth filled the room, stronger now, suffocating. Then I heard them, the footsteps of many surrounding the house, circling, slow, dragging footsteps. Desperate, I tried calling 911, but the call wouldn't connect. Static hissed in my ear, and faintly beneath it, a child's voice whispered, "Stay." My phone screen went black. I grabbed my keys and bolted outside. The fields were dark, the sky moonless. In the distance, at the edge of the property, I saw them. Figures, dozens of them, pale and motionless, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their faces were blank, featureless, but I could feel their eyes on me. I ran down the gravel road again, faster this time, not looking back. My lungs burned, my legs shook, but I kept running until I saw headlights. A passing truck slowed, and I waved frantically. The driver, a grizzled man with tired eyes, let me in, As soon as the door shut, the smell of soil vanished. The house and the figures faded into the darkness behind us. He didn't say much as he drove, just glanced at me once and muttered, "You stayed there, didn't you? Shouldn't have done that." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head. That place keeps what it wants. I've never gone back to the farmhouse. I never even tried to retrieve my belongings. But even now, nights feel different. Sometimes I wake up at 3:14 a.m. to faint knocking at my bedroom door. Sometimes I smell fresh soil where there shouldn't be any. And sometimes when I look out the window, I see small footprints leading away from my house into the dark. I know the farmhouse still stands out there, surrounded by endless fields. I know it's waiting, patient, for the next person to walk through its door. And I know some part of me, no matter how far I run, is still there. Story, the end. The night air was heavy, almost unnaturally still, like the world was holding its breath. In the small town of Marlow, where nothing ever really happened, and the only sounds after dark were the low hum of crickets and the occasional rumble of a distant freight train, that kind of stillness was unsettling. It was close to midnight when I left my friend's house on the other side of town. The sky was a dull slate color, clouds hanging low and thick, blocking out the stars and moon. I walked instead of drove. It wasn't far, about a 30-minute walk through the older neighborhoods and down past the river before the road curved back toward my side of town. I'd made the trip plenty of times before, but tonight felt different. My footsteps echoed strangely on the cracked sidewalk, the sound too sharp, as if the night itself was amplifying it. Halfway through, I reached the stretch of old houses that had been abandoned for years. Everyone in Marlow had a story about them, rumors of squatters, break-ins, and even whispers of something worse. It was a row of peeling paint, rotting porches, and dark windows like sunken eyes. Usually I passed through quickly, but tonight my pace slowed without me meaning it to. It started as a faint sound behind me, like another set of footsteps matching mine exactly. I froze. The noise stopped. My heart thumped in my chest. I turned, scanning the empty street. Nothing. Just the quiet houses and the hum of a flickering streetlight at the corner. I forced a laugh under my breath and kept walking, but this time I paid attention. A block later, there it was again. A soft step for every one of mine, perfectly synchronized. When I stopped, it stopped. When I started, it started. I turned suddenly, hoping to catch whoever it was off guard. The street was empty, but one of the dark windows, maybe 30 feet away, caught my eye. It was on the second floor of an old house with a sagging roof. At first, I thought it was just the reflection of the streetlight, but then it shifted. A pale face, long, thin, with hollow, dark eyes, was staring out at me. The air left my lungs in a rush. I blinked, and the face was gone, just an empty window again. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Someone living in the house. A trick of the light. Anything but what my gut was telling me, that I had been seen. I picked up my pace, almost jogging now, my eyes darting to every shadow. The footsteps behind me didn't return, but that somehow felt worse, like whoever, or whatever, it was no longer needed to follow me on foot. I reached the river bridge, an old steel structure that groaned under weight and wind alike. It was the only way to cross unless you wanted to go miles out of your way. The water below churned, black and restless. I was halfway across when I felt it again, that prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like eyes boring into me. I turned slowly. At the far end of the bridge stood a figure. Tall, thin, unmoving. It wore something dark, maybe a coat, though the details were blurred by distance. What wasn't blurred was the head. It was tilted at an angle too sharp to be natural, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. I didn't think. I ran. My footsteps clanged loudly on the metal grating as I sprinted to the other side, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My chest ached, and my eyes stung from the cold air, but I didn't slow until I reached the first row of houses on my side of the river. When I finally dared to glance over my shoulder, the bridge was empty. Nothing but the flickering streetlights and the slow churn of the water below. I told myself I was imagining it, that I'd been spooked by stories I'd heard growing up. That's what I clung to as I walked the last few blocks home, my hands shaking. I didn't even take my shoes off when I got inside. I just locked the door, double-checked it, then checked it again. It took me a long time to fall asleep that night. Even with every light on, the house felt wrong. The shadows were thicker, heavier, like they held weight. Sometime after 3 a.m., I woke up. The room was dark, even though I knew I'd left the lamp on. I reached for the switch and realized it wasn't the bulb. It was something standing between me and the light. A tall, thin shape loomed in the corner of my room, darker than the rest of the shadows. The head was tilted at that same impossible angle. I couldn't move, couldn't even scream. The thing didn't move either. It just stood there, silent, watching. Then slowly it began to glide closer. Not walk, glide, its shape rippling like heat haze. I tried to scramble backward, but my body felt pinned to the bed. My breath came in shallow gasps, and the room smelled damp like river water. It stopped just short of my bed. I could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on me. Then it made a sound, a low hiss, like steam escaping from a pipe. It was quiet, but it filled the room, curling into my ears and under my skin. The next thing I remember is waking up at dawn, sitting upright in bed, my heart pounding. The room was empty. The lamp was on again. My shoes were still by the door. For a moment, I thought it had been a nightmare. But when I looked at the floor near my bed, the carpet was wet. Small, dark footprints trailed from the corner of the room to where I lay. I moved out of that house within the week. I couldn't stay. But even now, wherever I go, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with the smell of river water in the air and the feeling of being watched. I keep my lights on, I check my locks, but it doesn't matter because it knows where I am. And when the night is grim and still, when the world outside is quiet enough to hear your own heartbeat, I feel it, watching from the corner of the room, head tilted, patient, waiting. Story, the end. It was late November, the kind of night where the air itself feels heavy and the darkness settles over everything like a damp blanket. I was driving back from visiting an old friend in a small rural town in Pennsylvania. The road was long, winding, and surrounded by dense patches of trees on either side. It was past midnight when I finally reached the house I had rented for the month, a creaky two-story farmhouse sitting on the edge of nowhere. It was cheap, and I had taken it to get some quiet time to work on a manuscript. The online listing had made it seem charming, but in person it felt isolated and unsettling, like a place that had been forgotten by the world. I had been staying there for 3 nights without incident, though even during the day it felt unnaturally quiet, like the silence was a living thing. The nearest neighbor was nearly a mile down the road. The house itself was old, with crooked floors and peeling wallpaper. At night it made noises, wood shifting, pipes knocking, but the kind of sounds you tell yourself are normal in an old house. Still, something about that particular night felt different, heavier. Around 1 a.m., I was sitting at the kitchen table typing on my laptop when I heard a faint creaking upstairs. I froze. I hadn't been upstairs in hours, and I was the only one in the house. I shut the laptop and listened. The creaking continued, soft, rhythmic, like footsteps crossing the old wooden floor. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was the house settling or the wind, but the footsteps didn't stop. They were slow and deliberate. Then they stopped completely. I stood up, my heart hammering, and grabbed the flashlight I kept by the kitchen counter. I crept to the bottom of the staircase and shined the light upward. The hallway above was empty. I called out, "Hello?" My voice cracked slightly, echoing through the stillness. No answer. I told myself it had to be my imagination and went back to the kitchen. That's when I noticed the back door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it earlier. I locked the door and double-checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. Then I went to the living room to calm down. On the coffee table, there was an old picture frame that hadn't been there before. It was a black and white photo of the house I was in, but decades ago when it looked newer. In the photo, there was a man standing in the upstairs window, staring directly at the camera. I felt my stomach drop. I had never seen that photo before. Suddenly, I heard the footsteps again, this time coming down the stairs. Slow, heavy. Each creak of the old wood echoed through the house. I shined the flashlight toward the staircase, but there was nothing there. The footsteps stopped halfway down, then silence. I backed toward the kitchen, my breath shallow. I reached for my phone to call the police, but the screen was dead. Not just no signal. Dead. Black. Like it had been drained of power. My hands were shaking as I tried to turn it back on. That's when I noticed movement in the corner of my eye, something shifting in the living room. I turned the flashlight, and for a split second, I saw a figure. A tall, thin man, his head slightly tilted, his face pale and indistinct, standing just beyond the beam of light. I blinked, and he was gone. The room was empty again. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I grabbed my car keys from the counter and bolted to the front door, but when I swung it open, the night outside was different. The road that had always been there was gone, swallowed up by an expanse of dark trees. It was like the house wasn't in the same place anymore. I slammed the door shut and stumbled backward. My flashlight flickered, then died completely, plunging me into darkness. I could hear the footsteps again, this time all around me, above me, behind me, moving in slow circles. A voice whispered my name. Then another, softer voice echoed from the kitchen. "Don't leave." I backed into a corner, gripping my car keys like a weapon, listening to the voices rise in volume. The air grew colder. My breath came out in clouds. Then I heard something directly behind me, a slow inhale, like someone drawing in my scent. I spun around, but there was nothing, only darkness. I decided to make a run for it anyway. I yanked open the front door again and sprinted into the trees, not caring where I was going. The forest felt endless, the same twisted trunks repeating over and over. No matter how far I ran, I couldn't find the road. I couldn't even see the glow of the house behind me. It was just darkness and the sound of footsteps following me, always just out of sight. I tripped and fell to my knees, scraping them on the frozen ground. When I looked up, there was the house again, directly in front of me, its windows glowing faintly. I don't remember walking back to it, but there it was, waiting. I felt pulled toward it like a magnet. Inside, everything was as I had left it, except for one detail. The photograph on the coffee table had changed. The man in the upstairs window was no longer in the picture. Now the window was empty. I felt my blood run cold as I slowly turned toward the staircase. At the top stood the man from the photo, his head tilted at that same unnatural angle, staring down at me with hollow eyes. He didn't move, but I could feel something pressing against my chest, like the air itself was pushing me back. The voices began again, louder this time, all around me. I dropped my keys and ran out the back door, not caring where it led. The cold night air hit me like a wall. I don't remember how I got back to my car, but when I did, it was parked in a field, not the driveway. I fumbled with the keys, got inside, and started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness, but all I could see was trees. I drove forward, praying for the road to reappear. Eventually it did, suddenly and without warning, and I sped back toward the main highway, my not daring to look in the rearview mirror. When I reached town, I went straight to the police station. They sent a car to check the farmhouse. When the officers returned, they told me the house was empty. No footprints, no photograph, no sign anyone had been there. But when I checked my bag later, the photograph was inside it. Only this time it showed me, sitting at the kitchen table in that farmhouse, typing on my laptop. I threw it away that same night, but I still hear the footsteps sometimes when the world is quiet. Slow, deliberate, moving closer. And every time I wake up from a nightmare, I swear I can feel someone standing in the corner of my room, watching me with their head tilted just slightly, waiting for me to notice. Story the end. It was late autumn in upstate New York, one of those nights where the mist rolls in low and thick, curling across the pavement like fingers. The trees on either side of the narrow road were skeletal, their leaves long gone, branches black and brittle against the pale glow of the moon. I was driving alone, coming back from a weekend photography trip in the Adirondacks. It was after midnight, and I had miles of isolated country road ahead of me before reaching the next small town. My GPS had been unreliable for the last 30 minutes, recalculating and spinning as if it didn't know where I was. The deeper I drove into the countryside, the quieter everything became. No distant hum of traffic, no rustle of animals, just silence. I could hear my tires on the asphalt and the low rumble of the engine, but nothing else. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're the last person left in the world. I passed an old wooden sign on the side of the road, so weathered I couldn't read the name of the town. My headlights caught the glint of something nailed to a post nearby, maybe a missing person's flyer, though I couldn't make it out. I slowed slightly, uneasy. My instincts were telling me to keep driving, but the road stretched on endlessly, and I had nowhere else to go. About 10 minutes later, the mist thickened until I could barely see a few feet ahead. The trees became faint outlines, and the road seemed to narrow. My radio, which had been playing faint static, cut out completely. Then my phone died, even though it had been at 40% just moments before. I felt my stomach drop. I wasn't lost, but I was alone in a way that felt unnatural. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I slowed the car, my headlights caught something pale moving through the trees. It wasn't an animal. It was standing upright, tall, too tall. I blinked hard, gripping the wheel tighter. When I glanced back, it was gone. I kept driving, trying to tell myself it was nothing, just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. But a mile or so down the road, I saw it again. This time it was closer to the road, a long, pale shape between the trees. It wasn't walking, exactly. It seemed to glide, moving in a slow, deliberate way. I pressed the gas, heart hammering. My rearview mirror caught a flicker of movement. Something was behind me. My headlights illuminated nothing but fog, but when I looked in the mirror for a split second, I saw a figure standing in the road where I'd just driven past. Tall, thin, too still. My breath came shallow and fast. Another half mile, another glimpse. This time it was ahead of me, standing on the shoulder of the road, angled slightly as if waiting for me to approach. My stomach knotted. I slowed to a crawl, unsure what to do. The pale shape didn't move. It just watched. I edged the car forward. As the headlights washed over it, I could see its skin, almost white, like it hadn't seen sunlight in decades. Its limbs were impossibly long, joints slightly wrong, like they bent where they shouldn't. Its face wasn't right. Too many shadows where features should be, or maybe not enough. I couldn't tell. Then it stepped back into the trees and vanished. I pressed down on the accelerator, heart pounding, hands slick on the steering wheel. The mist seemed thicker, the trees closer, the road narrower. My headlights barely pierced the darkness, and every shadow looked like it could be hiding that thing. I tried to steady my breathing, but the air in the car felt heavier now, as if someone or something was sitting in the back seat with me. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror again. Eventually, the mist thinned and the road straightened. I saw a flicker of light ahead, a gas station maybe, or a diner. Relief washed over me. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under my tires. The building was old, paint peeling from the siding, but the lights were on. I parked and got out, my legs shaky. Inside, the place was empty except for an older man behind the counter. He looked up from his newspaper and gave me a tired nod. I tried to act casual as I asked for directions back to the main highway. He gave me a strange look. "You've been on County Road 14?" he asked. I think so," I said. He hesitated. "You see anything out there?" My mouth went dry. "Like what?" He didn't answer. He just shook his head and muttered something under his breath. I left as quickly as I could, Mila following his directions back to the highway. The road was clear, no mist, no trees pressing in. It should have felt safe again, but it didn't. When I got home 2 days later, I started having nightmares. In every one, I'm driving that same road, and in the distance, through the mist, I see the pale figure. It's always closer each time. Last week, I woke up at 3 a.m. to a sound outside my window, a slow, deliberate tapping. My curtains were closed, but I didn't dare look. When I finally did, the yard was empty, but the grass under the window was flattened like someone had been standing there for a long time. Now, on certain nights when the air is still and the mist rolls in low, I see it. Not on the road anymore, but at the edge of my property. Standing, watching, waiting. It never comes closer. It doesn't need to, because I know it's there, and I know it's patient. And I know one day, when the night is quiet enough, I'll look up and it won't be standing outside anymore. It'll be inside. Story the end. The night I arrived in Cold Brook, New York, felt like the air itself was holding a secret. The town was small, tucked into a basin surrounded by low mountains and endless forest. My rental car had taken me off the main highway, down a cracked 2-lane road with no markings, the kind of road where cell service vanished and you started second-guessing every turn. It was the middle of November, the air damp and cold, the trees stripped bare, their black branches scratching at the sky like claws. I had booked a small cabin for a week, hoping to escape the city noise, clear my head, and work on some writing. It had been listed on an old rental site, not one of the big ones, with a few low-resolution photos and vague directions. The reviews were mixed, but not alarming. Most people mentioned the quiet, the isolation, the old charm. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, the silence felt heavy, unnatural. There wasn't even the sound of wind through the trees. No birds, no insects. Just stillness, like the whole forest was holding its breath. The cabin sat at the end of a gravel drive, partially hidden by pines. It was small, but sturdy looking, with a single porch light flickering faintly. The key had been left in an envelope under the doormat. Inside, it smelled faintly of damp wood and something metallic, like old pennies. The furniture was simple, dated, plaid couch, heavy wooden table, a wood-burning stove in the corner. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The silence pressed in, thick and unyielding. When I checked my phone, there was no signal. I shrugged it off. This was what I'd signed up for, after all. A retreat. Quiet, time to think. As night fell, the woods around the cabin turned into a wall of blackness. Even with the porch light on, I couldn't see more than a few feet into the trees. I made myself some tea and sat by the window, looking out, but after a while I realized how wrong it felt. There were no crickets, no owls, no rustle of leaves, just nothing. My own breathing sounded too loud. Around midnight, I heard the first noise, a faint scraping like something dragging across the porch. I froze, mug halfway to my lips, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer to the door this time. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon, but something about the slow, deliberate nature of the sound made my skin crawl. I stood up quietly, crossing the room to peer through the peephole. At first, I saw only darkness. Then, just at the edge of the porch light's dim glow, a shape, tall, thin, not quite human. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and its arms hung too long at its sides. My heart started pounding. The shape didn't move, didn't sway, just stood there. I backed away from the door slowly, careful not to make a sound. My phone was useless. No service. There was no landline. The cabin suddenly felt too small, the walls too thin. I went to the bedroom, locked the door, and sat on the edge of the bed, knife from the kitchen in my hand. Hours passed. The scraping came and went, circling the cabin. Sometime after 3 a.m., the noise stopped. I waited, listening, every muscle in my body tense. Nothing. Just silence again. I didn't sleep at all. When daylight finally came, the woods outside looked ordinary again, almost beautiful with the frost on the ground. I tried to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, a shadow, my imagination fed by isolation. But when I stepped onto the porch, I saw long, thin drag marks in the frost, circling the cabin and leading off into the trees. That day, I tried to distract myself, writing, making coffee, going for a short walk on the path behind the cabin. But even in daylight, the forest felt wrong. The trees were too close together, their trunks scarred with deep gouges like claw marks. At one point, I thought I heard someone whisper my name, faint and breathy, but when I turned, no one was there. That night, it returned. The scraping started just after midnight, but this time it wasn't just on the porch. It moved along the walls, slow, deliberate, like it was tracing the outline of the cabin. I sat on the couch, knife in my lap, every light on, heart hammering. Through the thin curtains, I saw it again, closer now, just at the edge of the trees. Tall, pale, its arms too long, its head cocked to one side. It didn't come any closer, just watched. I tried not to look directly at it, but every time my eyes flicked to the window, it was still there. The scraping went on for hours. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. At some point, I must have blacked out from exhaustion because I woke at dawn on the couch, the knife still in my hand. The porch was empty. But this time, there were prints in the frost, large, elongated footprints leading right up to the front steps and then away again. By the third night, I was unraveling. The isolation, the silence, the thing outside, it was all too much. I kept the lights on, the knife nearby, but I knew it was getting closer. The scraping was louder now, sometimes at the window, sometimes at the door. And once around 2 a.m., I heard a voice. Not outside, inside. A whisper right next to my ear. Don't look out. I spun around, but no one was there. The air was icy, my breath visible even though the stove was on. The lights flickered. The whisper came again, this time from the bedroom. Don't look out. But I did. I couldn't help myself. I pulled the curtain back just an inch. It was standing right at the edge of the porch, pressed against the glass, its face pale and featureless, except for two black pits where eyes should be. I screamed and stumbled back. The lights went out. The stove hissed and died. In the dark, I could hear it moving, slowly, around the cabin, nails or claws scratching the wood. Then silence. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke just after dawn. The power was back. The woods looked normal again. But on the inside of the window where it had been standing, there were two smudged handprints, long, thin fingers splayed wide. I didn't wait for nightfall. I grabbed my bag, got in the car, and drove until I found cell service. I never went back for the deposit. The cabin's listing disappeared from the site a week later. Even now, back in the city, some nights I wake to the sound of slow scraping at my apartment door. When I look through the peephole, there's never anything there. But sometimes I feel it. Something tall and thin, watching from the edge of the streetlights, waiting for the night to be still enough to come closer. Story the end. On a cold March night in rural Pennsylvania, the air was so still it like the entire world had paused. The stars hung above like frozen pinpricks of light, and the fields on either side of the narrow two-lane road were empty, stretching for miles under the faint glow of the moon. I was heading back from visiting an old college friend in a small town near the Allegheny National Forest, driving alone because she had to work the next morning. The hour-long drive back to my motel seemed straightforward on the map. In reality, the isolation on those back roads was suffocating. I'd been on the road about 20 minutes when my phone lost its signal. No data, no calls, nothing. I figured it was normal for such a remote stretch. But a few minutes later, I noticed something odd. My GPS had frozen on a screen showing me in the middle of a blank gray space. No road names, no landmarks. I tried refreshing it, but the screen wouldn't budge. The only thing working was the faint glow of my headlights slicing into the darkness ahead. I remember glancing at the dashboard clock, 12:43 a.m. That number would burn into my memory. The road curved gently, lined by dense trees, their bare branches reaching over the asphalt like skeletal arms. I hadn't passed another car in at least 15 minutes. When I saw a sign for a gas station 2 miles ahead, I breathed a small sigh of relief. I didn't need gas, but the thought of seeing another person, even for a moment, calmed me. When I finally saw the gas station, my stomach tightened. It was dark except for one flickering fluorescent light above the pumps. The building itself looked run down, the kind of place you'd expect to find boarded up, but the pump display screens were lit, and a faded open sign glowed faintly in the window. I slowed down, considering whether to stop. My better instincts screamed no, but something about the stillness of the road behind me made the thought of pulling over more appealing than continuing into endless darkness. I parked near the pumps and shut off the engine. The silence was immediate and suffocating. I stepped out, my breath fogging in the cold air. The smell hit me then, damp and metallic, like wet pennies. The building's glass door was cracked but intact. Through it, I could see a cluttered interior, dusty shelves, a counter with a cash register, and a bulletin board plastered with yellowing papers. I hesitated, then pushed the door open. A bell above it chimed weakly. Inside, the air was stale and heavy. It smelled like old newspapers mixed with something sweet but rotten. The shelves were mostly empty except for a few random items: expired candy bars, bottles of motor oil, and dusty cans of soup. "Hello," I called out softly, feeling ridiculous for speaking into what was clearly an empty store. My voice echoed back unnaturally, like the sound had nowhere to go. From the far end of the store, past the counter, I heard something. Not footsteps exactly, more like a dragging sound, slow and deliberate, like someone pulling a bag across the floor. My heart jumped. "Sorry," I called again, trying to sound casual. "Just looking for directions." The sound stopped. Silence swallowed the room. I glanced at the counter, noticing something out of place. A small Polaroid photo sitting next to the register. I stepped closer and picked it up. It was a blurry image of the gas station itself, taken from outside, at night. In the corner of the photo was a faint, dark figure standing by the pumps. My stomach dropped when I realized the photo matched the exact scene outside at that moment. The same lighting, same angle, same everything. Except there wasn't anyone standing out there when I arrived. I put the photo down and stepped back. My pulse pounded in my ears. That's when I saw movement from the storage room behind the counter. A figure, tall and thin, its face obscured by shadow. It wasn't moving like a person. It seemed to sway slightly, like it was breathing, but too slow, too measured. I bolted. I ran out of the store, the bell above the door screeching as it swung shut behind me. The air outside felt heavier, colder. I fumbled for my keys, glancing around. That's when I saw the dark figure again, this time by the edge of the trees across the lot. Its outline was unmistakable, impossibly still, head tilted slightly like it was studying me. I dove into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. My headlights illuminated the empty pumps, the cracked sign, and beyond that, the trees. The figure was gone. I sped off down the road, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. My heart thudded against my ribs. I didn't look in the mirrors at first, terrified of what I might see. But eventually I risked a glance. There it was. The figure was in the road behind me, just at the edge of the headlights, growing smaller as I accelerated. It didn't move, didn't run, just stood there watching me disappear into the night. I drove for what felt like forever, taking random turns, hoping to find a main road. When I finally saw a small diner with a neon 24 hours sign glowing in the window, I pulled in, shaking. The interior was warm, bright, and smelled of coffee and fried eggs. The waitress behind the counter gave me a friendly smile as I slid into a booth. "Rough night?" she asked. I nodded, unable to form words. She poured me coffee and walked away. As I sat there, trying to calm down, I heard the bell above the door jingle. A man walked in wearing a black hoodie. His face was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were dark, wide, and unblinking. He sat at the counter, not ordering anything, just staring straight ahead. I tried to tell myself it wasn't the same figure, that I was imagining things, but the way my stomach twisted told me otherwise. I paid for my coffee quickly and left, but when I stepped outside, my car door was open. I knew I had locked it. Inside, on the driver's seat, was another Polaroid photo. This one was of me, sitting inside the diner just moments before. I left the parking lot as fast as I could, driving until the sun came up. I didn't stop until I reached a bigger town where I checked into a hotel and locked myself inside. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, Polaroid photos keep showing up in my apartment. Blurry, grainy pictures of me at work, at the grocery store, inside my living room. I never see who leaves them. I've stopped answering my phone at night because sometimes I pick up and hear only breathing on the other end. I haven't been back to rural Pennsylvania since. I don't drive at night anymore. But sometimes, even in broad daylight, I catch sight of someone in a black hoodie standing across the street, head tilted just slightly, watching. And every time I close my eyes, I can still smell that metallic damp air of the gas station, and I can still feel the weight of those eyes, patient and unrelenting, waiting for me to be alone again on some grim and still night. Story the end. The night settled over Ridgewood, New Jersey, like a heavy, suffocating blanket. The town was quiet, almost eerily so, as if the darkness had swallowed every sound except for the occasional creak of a distant sign swinging in the wind. Streetlights flickered intermittently, casting pools of pale yellow light that seemed to tremble on the edges of the sidewalk. Most people were asleep by now, but in a small, unassuming duplex on the edge of town, 26-year-old Daniel Harper was wide awake, unable to shake the unease that had been gnawing at him all evening. Daniel had just moved into the duplex a few weeks ago, a temporary arrangement while he finished a contract job in town. The place had seemed perfect, affordable, quiet, with enough space for him to work on his freelance programming projects. But from the first night, something about the house had unsettled him. The floors creaked in ways that didn't make sense, and sometimes he could swear he heard faint whispers echoing through the walls. He chalked it up to old pipes and an overactive imagination, the kind that comes from being alone for long stretches. This night, though, felt different. The air was unnaturally still, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes every small noise feel amplified. Daniel sat at his desk, staring at the code on his laptop, but his focus kept fracturing. Shadows seemed to move just at the edge of his vision, and the hairs on the back of his neck prickled constantly. He tried to dismiss it, sipping cold coffee and forcing himself to work, but the feeling of being watched would not go away. Around midnight, a faint scratching sound came from the living room. Daniel froze, listening. It was soft, almost hesitant, but deliberate. He tried to convince himself it was the wind brushing against the window, but the sound was coming from inside the house. Heart pounding, he grabbed a flashlight and edged toward the living room. Every step felt heavy, the beam of light slicing through the darkness and revealing nothing. The furniture was in place, the windows closed, yet the scratching continued, now from the corner near the staircase. Daniel took a deep breath, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a stray animal had gotten inside, rats, squirrels, anything. But when he leaned closer, the sound stopped. Silence fell, thick and suffocating. He shook his head, muttering to himself, and returned to his laptop, telling himself he was letting his imagination run wild. Hours passed, and sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., he felt it. A presence. A cold, heavy sensation that pressed against his shoulders and neck, making it hard to breathe. Daniel froze, eyes darting around the dark apartment. The air seemed to shimmer, like the shadows themselves were moving. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it. A tall, emaciated figure standing just inside the hallway that led to the bedrooms. Its limbs were long, bent at impossible angles, and its head tilted unnaturally as it regarded him. 2 glowing points of light marked where its eyes should have been, piercing through the darkness and locking onto him. Daniel's blood ran cold. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body wouldn't respond. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. It simply stood there, watching. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed, though he couldn't tell. The world seemed suspended, the shadows thickening around the shape, and Daniel felt a terrible certainty. It was not just here, it had always been here. Watching him, learning him. Suddenly the figure shifted, moving faster than should have been possible, vanishing behind the wall as though it had never been there. Daniel gasped, shaking violently, trying to convince himself it had been a hallucination. But the apartment now felt different, alive in a way it hadn't before. Every sound, floorboards creaking, the hum of the refrigerator, echoed with a malevolent familiarity. Days blurred into nights, and Daniel found himself trapped in a cycle of fear and exhaustion. He stopped leaving the apartment after dark. He avoided mirrors, convinced that if he looked, he would see it lurking behind him. He tried to record evidence, setting up cameras in the living room and hallway, but each morning the footage showed only empty rooms. Nothing ever appeared except for one night, when he reviewed the recording to find a shape crouched in the corner of the living room, its glowing eyes fixed on the camera. One particularly grim night, around 2 a.m., Daniel awoke to the sound of whispering. Low, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from every corner of the apartment at once. He sat up, heart hammering, straining to hear words. Then he realized the whispers were saying his name. Over and over, slow, deliberate, reverent almost, but terrifying in their intimacy. Daniel. Daniel. They went on for what felt like hours. He wanted to leave, to flee the apartment forever, but fear pinned him in place. The following evening, he made the mistake of going outside to retrieve a package left at the front steps. The fog had rolled in thick, wrapping the neighborhood in a white haze. As he bent down to pick up the package, he sensed movement in the fog. A shape emerged, tall and thin, gliding over the pavement with unnatural speed. Daniel bolted inside, slamming the door behind him, but the feeling of being pursued lingered, clinging to his skin like a wet shirt. The harassment escalated. Doors that Daniel was certain he had locked were found unlocked. Objects moved when he wasn't looking. Tiny things at first, pens, cups, cushions, but soon entire items seemed rearranged. Faint scratches appeared on the walls, deep gouges in patterns he couldn't recognize. He stopped speaking to friends, convinced they would think him insane, and he stopped leaving the apartment entirely, surviving on deliveries and old groceries. One night, desperate for some sense of control, Daniel confronted the presence. He turned off all the lights, armed himself with a kitchen knife, and waited. Hours passed with nothing until a slow, deliberate knock came from his bedroom door. Not from outside, but from inside the apartment. He crept toward the door, every nerve screaming. Another knock, this one softer, almost coaxing. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and he saw the shape in the corner, tall, emaciated, eyes glowing, limbs bent impossibly. It moved with terrifying speed, vanishing one moment and reappearing in another, closer now, just at the edge of his vision. Daniel tried to swing the knife, but it passed through empty air. The figure didn't attack, it simply observed, as if evaluating his fear. Daniel collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, exhausted beyond reason, and it retreated, dissolving into the shadows. Weeks later, Daniel finally packed up, abandoning the apartment, the cameras, everything. He changed his phone number, left town, and never looked back. But the presence didn't leave. Every few months, he received letters with no return address. Short messages like, "We see you," or "Still here." Sometimes his phone would ring late at night, the call coming from an unknown number, and when he answered, he could hear only slow, deliberate breathing. Even now, living hundreds of miles away in a new city, he cannot sleep without checking every shadow, every reflection, every sound that doesn't belong. And sometimes, when the night is still and grim, he catches a glimpse of a shape at the edge of his vision, a tall, thin figure with glowing eyes watching him. He knows with a certainty that chills him to the bone that no matter where he goes, it waits, patient, silent, unyielding, and one day, if it wants to, it will find him again. Story the end. The rain had been coming down in slow, heavy sheets all evening, and by the time I left my friend's house, it had already turned the small rural road into something out of a nightmare. This was in Western Virginia, where the houses were spread far apart, and the trees crowded the two-lane road so tightly it felt like driving through a tunnel. The wipers on my old sedan struggled to keep up with the downpour, smearing streaks of water across the glass rather than clearing it. The only sound inside the car was the hiss of the tires and the steady, relentless drumming of rain on the roof. I had stayed later than planned, losing track of time in conversation. It was a grim and still night, the kind where every mile feels longer than it should, and the darkness presses in on you until you're aware of your own breathing. My phone had no signal, the radio was only static, and the dashboard clock ticked slowly toward 2 a.m. as if taunting me. About 20 minutes from home, I passed an old wooden sign for a bridge I barely remembered. It was one of those tiny back road crossings no one uses unless they live there. The road narrowed, the asphalt cracked and uneven. I slowed, leaning forward to see through the rain. That's when I caught it, the faint outline of someone walking along the side of the road, drenched, head down. They were tall, in a hooded coat, but the way they moved wasn't right. Not stumbling or shivering like you'd expect in the cold and wet, but smooth, slow, as if the ground wasn't real beneath their feet. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Everything in me said, "Keep driving." But I slowed anyway, thinking maybe they needed help. My headlights illuminated the figure, but the hood cast the face into darkness. They didn't look up. They just kept walking. I rolled down the window an inch. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need a ride?" My voice sounded too loud in the quiet. The figure stopped. It didn't turn to look at me. It just stopped mid-step, like a video paused. My heart thumped so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then, without moving its body, the hood tilted slowly upward until I could see nothing. No face. Just an empty, dark void where a face should be. I slammed the window shut and hit the gas, tires splashing through standing water. In the rearview mirror, it stood still in the middle of the road, hood tilted toward me, watching. I blinked once and it was gone. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the rain and darkness, that the void was a shadow, that I'd scared myself. But a mile later, the car began to smell of wet earth. Not mud from the road, something older, deeper, like the smell of a cellar after a flood. I wiped the windshield again and caught a flash of movement ahead. Another figure. No, the same one, standing under a tree at the next bend, waiting. I didn't slow this time. I swerved slightly, headlights sweeping over them, but there was no reflection of rain on the coat. It was as though the light was absorbed into it. The hood turned to follow me as I passed, but the body didn't move. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my hands cramped. When I finally pulled into my driveway, my nerves were shot. My little rented house sat at the end of a gravel lane surrounded by trees. Normally, it felt like a peaceful retreat. That night, it felt like a trap waiting to close. I hurried inside, locking the door and drawing the curtains tight. The rain still fell, but softer now, almost like whispering. I changed into dry clothes and sat on the couch, trying to convince myself I was safe. The clock ticked toward 3 a.m. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sound, soft, steady. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the kitchen window. My heart sank. I crept to the window, every floorboard creaking under my weight. The tapping stopped. I took a deep breath and pulled the curtain aside a fraction. Nothing, just the rain-slick yard, the trees swaying slightly. I let the curtain fall back into place, and that's when I heard it behind me. A wet sound like water dripping onto hardwood. I turned slowly. At the end of the hallway, near the front door, stood the figure. Hood up, coat dripping, though there was no puddle forming. The air around it seemed darker, thicker, like the night itself had leaked inside. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. It just stood there. The smell of wet earth filled the room. I couldn't even scream. My voice caught in my throat. Slowly, it raised a hand and pointed at me. The sleeve fell back just enough for me to see that the arm wasn't an arm at all, but something pale and thin, almost root-like. My vision blurred. I blinked hard. It was gone. I backed into the kitchen, shaking, and grabbed the phone. No signal. Of course, I flicked on every light in the house, trying to banish the shadows. But no matter where I went, I felt it nearby. Behind doors, in corners, just out of sight. I stayed up until sunrise, and the moment the first pale light touched the windows, the smell faded. The house felt empty again. I searched every room. Nothing. But on the inside of the front door, scratched faintly into the wood, were 3 words. I found you. I haven't been able to sleep since. The next night I stayed at a motel 2 towns over. The tapping followed me there. At 2:43 a.m., it started on the window. I didn't look this time. I know it's waiting for me to acknowledge it. I know if I do, it'll be closer. Now I'm writing this from another friend's house. It's a grim and still night again. The wind has died, the rain has stopped, and I can feel the air heavy around me, the way it always feels before something appears. I haven't seen it yet, but I can smell the wet earth. It's only a matter of time before I hear the tapping. Story, the end. It was one of those nights when the air feels thick enough to drink, still and heavy, as though the entire world has paused for something to happen. I had been visiting my cousin in a small town in upstate New York, a place so quiet at night that you could hear the creek running 2 streets over. By the time I started the drive back to my rental cabin, it was well after midnight. The streets were empty, the stores shuttered, and even the neon bar signs had gone dark. It was the kind of silence that presses against your ears until you start to imagine sounds where there aren't any. The road to the cabin wound through a patch of forest, 2 lanes of cracked pavement swallowed on both sides by trees. There were no lights except my car's high beams cutting through the dark like weak blades. Fog drifted in from the low marshy areas, thick enough to smear the edges of everything. I rolled down the window for air and instantly regretted it. The smell was off, damp, earthy, but with something else under it, like rotting leaves or meat left out too long. I told myself to ignore it. People who grow up in cities underestimate how strange nature can smell. But after a few miles, I saw something that made me sit forward in my seat. A car parked on the shoulder up ahead, hazard lights blinking slowly. As I passed it, I saw that it was empty. No one in the driver's seat, no one standing on the road. Just the doors closed, hazards clicking, and a small dark stain on the pavement next to the driver's side. I slowed a little, instincts fighting each other. Stop and help, or keep driving? My gut told me to keep moving. I did, but in the rearview mirror, for just a moment, I thought I saw someone standing behind the car. Too tall, thin as a sapling, just watching. When I blinked, it was gone. I drove faster, telling myself I was imagining things. The fog thickened, swallowing the tail end of my car, so even my own taillights reflected back weakly. It felt like the world outside my headlights no longer existed, like I was driving through a tunnel made of darkness. That's when the radio crackled. I hadn't even turned it on, but static hissed through the speakers, rising and falling like waves. I reached to switch it off, but then, buried under the static, I heard a voice. Not singing, not talking, whispering, too faint to make out at first, then clearer. Stop the car. Over and over. Soft and low, but unmistakable. My hand froze on the dial. I didn't stop. I drove faster, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. The whispering grew louder, as if someone was sitting in the back seat leaning toward my ear. Stop the car. The voice was thin, genderless, but urgent. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half afraid, half hoping it would be empty. It wasn't. In the reflection, I saw the shape of a person sitting directly behind me. Too tall for the back seat, its knees bent awkwardly, head tilted so far it almost touched the ceiling. I couldn't make out a face, just pale, stretched skin and eyes like pits. I spun around, heart pounding. The seat was empty. I almost drove off the road. My hands were slick with sweat, my breath coming in gasps. I forced myself to stare at the road, not the mirror, not the dark trees pressing closer outside. The voice stopped. Silence filled the car again, heavier now, like it was waiting. Then my headlights flickered. Once, twice, then off completely. The world went black. The engine cut out, the car slowing to a crawl. I pounded the steering wheel, turning the key, trying to restart it. Nothing. The fog pressed against the windows like wet cloth. And then I heard footsteps. Soft at first, then clearer, crunching on the gravel shoulder. Slow, deliberate, circling the car. I held my breath, my mind screaming at me to do something. Anything. The footsteps stopped at my driver's side window. I couldn't bring myself to look. But I felt it, someone standing there inches away, watching. The window fogged from my own panicked breathing. In that thin layer of condensation, something began to write. Letters, one by one, appearing from the outside. S-T-A-Y. I couldn't move. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it could hear it. The letters hung there, dripping slowly. And then, just as suddenly, the headlights flickered back on. The engine roared to life. Without thinking, I floored it. Gravel spat from the tires as I tore down the road, refusing to look in the mirror. When I reached the cabin, I locked every door and window, turned on all the lights, and sat in the middle of the living room clutching my phone. No signal. Outside, the woods were silent. Too silent. I stayed awake until dawn, every creak of the house making me flinch. In the daylight, the road seemed normal again. No parked car, no footprints, just the same cracked pavement and leaning trees. I tried to convince myself it had been exhaustion, a trick of the fog, my imagination filling the silence with ghosts. But when I went out to my car later that day, I saw it, written in the thin layer of dirt on my rear windshield in long, jagged letters, S-T-A-Y. That night, the whispering returned, not through the radio this time, but from the corner of the cabin, just beyond where the light reached, low and patient. Stop the car. Over and over. I left the cabin the next morning and never went back. But the whispers followed me on long drives, in quiet rooms, when I'm alone at night. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of that pale shape in a window or a reflection, its head tilted too tall to belong. I don't know what it wants. I only know that when the night is still, when the fog drifts in and the world feels paused, I can hear it again. Whispering, waiting, and every time I wonder if next time I won't escape. Story the end. It had been raining for hours, the kind of steady, persistent rain that makes every sound muffled, every shadow deeper. I had moved to a small town in Vermont a few months prior, seeking quiet, hoping to escape the relentless noise of the city. The house I rented was an old colonial on the edge of town, perched at the end of a long, winding road that disappeared into the dense woods. The realtor had insisted it was perfect, isolated, peaceful, with character. At the time, I didn't question it. I thought the isolation was exactly what I needed. The first week went by uneventfully. I unpacked boxes, set up my small home office in the corner of the living room, and tried to get used to the unfamiliar creaks of the old house. The stormy nights were always the worst. The wind would whip against the windows, and the trees outside would scrape against the siding, but I told myself it was normal. Old houses make noises. That's what I kept saying. It was on the third night that the odd noises started. I was sitting on the couch, laptop open, trying to write an article for a freelance client. The house was otherwise silent, the rain tapping rhythmically against the windows. That's when I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs. I froze, listening. Another thump. Then another, spaced about a few seconds apart, like someone was pacing. I convinced myself it was the house settling. Old houses do that. But curiosity gnawed at me. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way upstairs. The air felt different, thicker somehow, and my skin prickled. Each step I took creaked under my weight, echoing down the hallway. I reached the landing and swept the beam across the walls. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, though I was certain I had closed it before going to bed. I pushed the door fully open. Nothing. Just the familiar tiles, the bathtub, the sink, and the small window where the rain was dripping down outside. I exhaled, shaking my head at my own paranoia. Maybe the wind had nudged it open. I turned to go back to bed when I noticed something on the mirror. A word written faintly in the condensation: leave. I froze. My flashlight flickered. I blinked and the word was gone. My heart raced as I backed out of the room. Maybe it was my imagination, a trick of the fogged up mirror. I told myself that over and over. Eventually, I went back downstairs, sat back on the couch, and tried to focus on my laptop, though my hands trembled as I typed. The next day, I tried to rationalize it, perhaps a prank by the previous owner, but the house had been vacant for months before I moved in. Maybe a trick of my sleep-deprived mind. I didn't mention it to anyone. There was no one I could, no friends in town, no family nearby. I was alone, truly alone, and that thought alone was unnerving. The nights grew worse. Every evening, the pacing started again, always upstairs, always around midnight. Sometimes it was slow, deliberate, as if someone was methodically walking from room to room. Other times it was frantic, fast steps that seemed to chase each other, like two people running in opposite directions. I stopped going upstairs at night. I stayed in the living room with all the lights on, gripping a baseball bat, staring at the staircase. One night, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I needed to see. I took a deep breath, flashlight in hand, and crept upstairs. The air was cold, unnaturally cold, and smelled faintly of something metallic, like blood. My flashlight beam danced across the walls, the doors, the hallway. Then I heard it, a whisper, low and breathy, from the far end of the hallway. Finally, my blood ran cold. My hands shook as I shined the flashlight toward the voice. Nothing, just the shadows stretching long and dark across the floor. I wanted to run, to flee back downstairs, but something, a morbid curiosity, a twisted sense of responsibility, made me move forward. The last bedroom at the end of the hallway was the worst. The door was slightly open, and a faint light flickered from inside. I pushed the door fully open. The room was empty, but the walls were covered in writing, scratched, etched into the wood and plaster. Words, phrases, names, dates. Some were recent, others decades old. They all carried the same message: you shouldn't be here. Leave now. Don't sleep. Then I saw it. A figure standing in the corner, nearly blending with the shadows. Its face was obscured, but I could feel its eyes on me. It didn't move. It didn't speak. Just stood there, silently, as if waiting. I dropped my flashlight. The beam rolled across the floor, illuminating the figure for just a fraction of a second before plunging the room back into darkness. I bolted. Down the stairs, through the living room, out the front door, rain soaking through my clothes. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. I stayed there for hours, drenched and shivering, watching the house from a distance. It sat there, quiet, unassuming, like nothing had happened. But I knew it wasn't empty. Sleep became impossible. Every night I heard the footsteps, the whispers, the scratching. I stopped answering the phone. I stopped checking emails. My work fell behind. I thought about leaving, but I didn't have anywhere to go. And the thought of packing up and leaving that house didn't feel like an option. Not yet. One particularly grim night, the air was thick with fog, and the rain had stopped, leaving the trees dripping and the roads slick. I was pacing the living room, trying to convince myself I could stay. That's when I heard it again, soft, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Slow, measured, like someone was taking their time, savoring each step. I grabbed the bat and slowly made my way to the staircase. Halfway up, I heard a voice, right behind me, whispering in my ear, "You can't leave." I spun around. Nothing. Just the shadows, the dim glow of the hallway light flickering. My grip on the bat tightened until my knuckles were white. I inched upstairs, heart pounding so loud I was sure it could be heard. The last bedroom door creaked open on its own. Inside, the figure was there again. Taller now, or maybe I was shrinking from fear. Its face remained obscured, but I could feel it studying me, analyzing me. I swung the bat, screaming, but it passed through as if the air itself had solidified into a presence. I fell backward, hitting the floor, and in that moment, the room went silent. The scratching, the whispers, the footsteps, all gone. But then I noticed the writing. New scratches. Fresh, wet-looking letters forming a single word on the wall. Stay. I fled again, this time to the nearby town, finding a small diner that was still open. I sat there all night, shaking, drinking coffee that had long gone cold, staring at the dark road leading back to the house. I knew I couldn't stay. I couldn't live like that. The next day, I rented a U-Haul and packed everything I owned. I didn't look back. As I drove away, I saw the house through the mist, sitting quietly, unassuming. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe leaving would end it. But the nights after, even in my new apartment in Massachusetts, I couldn't escape it. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the footsteps, the whispers, the scratching. I saw the figure in the corner of my room, just out of reach, always watching, waiting. I started sleeping with the lights on, never more than a few hours at a time. I tried to research the house. The town records showed it had a long history, abandoned for years, that previous tenants disappearing without explanation, stories of strange occurrences and strange noises. Some said the land it was built on had been used for something dark decades ago. I don't know the truth. I only know that whatever I encountered wasn't human, wasn't alive, but wasn't imaginary either. Months later, I received an email from the realtor, an automated response about properties in the area, but attached was a photo of the house, taken at night. The lights were off. Nothing seemed out of place until I looked closely at the window of the last bedroom. The figure was there, watching, waiting. I deleted the email, tried to tell myself it was a coincidence, a reflection, a trick of the camera, but deep down I knew better. I had left the house, but the house had never left me. Years later, I still hear it. In quiet moments, in the grim and still nights, I hear the pacing, the whispers, the scratching. Sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see the figure in the corner of my room, its face still obscured, its presence still watching, waiting. And I know without a doubt that some things are not meant to be left behind, that some darkness follows patiently until it can touch you again. Story, the end. It was the kind of night that made even the most confident people uneasy. A heavy, unbroken darkness pressed against the edges of the small town of Millersville, Pennsylvania, as if the night itself had weight. No wind stirred the bare branches of the trees lining the quiet streets, and the occasional rustle of a stray cat on the sidewalks sounded unnaturally loud, echoing against the brick houses and shuttered windows. The streetlights flickered intermittently, their weak yellow glow revealing more shadows than it dispelled. Most people were safely tucked inside their homes, lights on, televisions humming, or asleep, unaware of how thin the line between ordinary and something terrifying had become. Megan Lewis, a 24-year-old nurse, had never liked nights like this. Working the night shift at Millersville General Hospital often left her exhausted, but tonight felt different. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even before leaving work, she had felt the creeping unease prickling at the back of her neck. She told herself it was just fatigue, or maybe the way the fog clung to the hospital windows, diffusing the fluorescent lights and turning familiar hallways into long, twisted corridors that seemed almost alive. The drive home should have been simple. Her old blue Honda, a hand-me-down from her mother, barely made a sound as she navigated the winding roads leading out of town. The fog had thickened, crawling along the pavement like a living thing. Every curve and shadow seemed to hide something, and she found herself gripping the steering wheel tighter with each passing mile. Her phone sat on the passenger seat fully charged, but for some reason she hesitated to reach for it. Something about the night felt too complete, too suffocating to break with the glow of a screen. As she drove past the outskirts of Millersville, the fog opened briefly to reveal a small abandoned farm. Its weathered wooden fence leaned at odd angles, and the roof of the barn sagged in the center like it had given up years ago. A faint light flickered from inside the barn, almost like candlelight, and Megan blinked, sure she must be imagining it. She had passed this road hundreds of times and had never noticed the place before. Her curiosity, mingled with the strange anxiety of the night, urged her to pull over. She parked a safe distance from the fence, heart hammering in her chest. Peering through the fog, she could just make out the silhouette of someone, or something, moving inside the barn. At first, she thought it was a person, a trespasser, maybe even a hiker seeking shelter from the chill. But as her eyes adjusted, she realized the movements were too jerky, too unnatural to be human. The figure seemed to float, its limbs bending in ways that didn't make sense, shadow stretching impossibly long as it drifted across the wooden interior. She froze, unable to look away, stomach twisting with fear. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, and the barn was empty again. Megan shook her head, trying to rationalize what she had seen. Maybe it was just a trick of the fog and the weak light. Maybe exhaustion had finally caught up with her. She told herself that, and she started the car, ready to drive home and leave the farm and the unsettling feeling behind. But as she glanced in the rearview mirror, she saw a pair of glowing eyes watching her from the edge of the tree line. For a moment, she thought it was another animal, a deer maybe, but the shape was wrong. It was too tall, too thin, and the eyes stayed locked on her, unblinking, unafraid. Megan floored the gas pedal and didn't stop until she reached her apartment complex. The small brick building was nearly empty, most tenants either away or asleep. She parked, heart still racing, and told herself she had imagined the whole thing. Inside, the apartment smelled faintly of mildew and cleaning solution. She flicked on the lights, letting the harsh brightness push back the shadows, and tried to settle in for the night. The first hours passed in uneasy quiet. Megan stayed in the living room watching old shows on her laptop, the glow of the screen failing to soothe the gnawing anxiety in her chest. Around 2 a.m., she decided to get some sleep, convincing herself that whatever she had seen on the outskirts of Millersville was a one-off. She brushed her teeth, checked the locks, and crawled into bed. The apartment was still, almost oppressively so. She could hear her own heartbeat, and every small creak or sigh of the building made her tense. It started with a soft knock. At first, she ignored it, thinking someone had dropped by the wrong apartment, but then there was a second knock, gentler this time, almost coaxing. She froze, the hair on her arms standing straight up. The sound seemed to come from the window, though it was impossible. She lived on the 3rd floor, and no one could reach that high without a ladder. Heart hammering, she reached for her phone, intending to call the police, but froze when she saw a shadow moving past the blinds. It was standing there, tall and impossibly thin, with those same glowing eyes she had seen at the farm. Her breath caught in her throat. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body refused to cooperate. She grabbed a nearby baseball bat, holding it in front of her like a fragile shield, and backed into the corner of her room. The shadow didn't move away, didn't blink. It just waited, silently, until, impossibly, it seemed to press its face against the glass. Then, without warning, it vanished. The room was silent again. Megan collapsed onto the floor, trembling, tears streaming down her face. She didn't sleep the rest of the night, sitting in the corner with the bat clutched to her chest, listening to every creak, every whisper of the wind outside, convinced it was coming back. The next day, she called in sick to work. She didn't tell anyone what had happened, not her coworkers, not her family. She didn't want to sound crazy, but the images of those glowing eyes haunted her, and she found herself glancing nervously at every reflective surface, every shadow, expecting to see it again. The days passed, but the feeling of being watched never left. She started noticing small things, objects slightly out of place, doors she was certain she had locked, left ajar, faint scratches on the walls that she couldn't explain. Friends stopped by once, noticing how tense she had become, but when she tried to explain, she brushed it off as stress and fatigue. Then came the calls. Her phone rang late one night. The number was unknown. When she answered, all she heard was breathing. Slow, deliberate, human-sounding, but wrong, hollow, somehow. She hung up, convinced it was a prank. Then another call, and another, every night, always the same heavy, echoing breathing. No one spoke, and the line always went dead after a minute. She blocked numbers, changed her phone, but they kept coming. One evening, she returned home from a short trip to the grocery store and noticed her front door unlocked. That had never happened before. Every lock was intact, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different, faintly metallic, like iron. As she stepped inside, she noticed the living room was arranged slightly differently. The sofa cushions were shifted, the rug moved, the coffee table angled in a way she didn't remember. Panic surged through her as she checked every room. Nothing else appeared disturbed, but she knew she wasn't imagining it this time. Weeks went by. Megan barely slept, surviving on caffeine and sheer adrenaline. She avoided leaving the apartment after dark. Sometimes she thought she saw movement from her window, just at the edge of her vision, something crouched in the shadows, watching. She started keeping a camera set up in the living room, hoping to catch evidence of an intruder, but every morning the footage was blank. Nothing. As if whatever it was didn't exist when the lights were off, only appearing when she was alone and vulnerable. One night, after what felt like months of this, Megan finally snapped. She was exhausted, her mind fraying at the edges. She decided she needed to confront it. She set up a recording device, took a deep breath, and sat in the living room, lights off, waiting. Hours passed, and nothing happened. She began to relax, thinking maybe the nightmare was ending. Then she heard it. A soft, dragging sound from the kitchen. Her blood ran cold. She held her breath and waited. Slowly, a shape emerged from the darkness, tall and impossibly thin, moving in those unnatural, jerky motions. The glowing eyes met hers, and a wave of recognition and pure terror swept through her. It wasn't just some random entity. It had been following her, watching her, learning her patterns, waiting. Megan screamed, but no sound came out. The figure didn't move toward her. It just stood there, waiting, as if studying her. Then, with a speed that defied explanation, it was gone. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, the camera still recording. The next morning, she reviewed the footage. At first, it appeared blank. Then, faintly, in the corner of the living room, a shadow moved against the wall. As the video progressed, the shape became clearer, contorting in ways that no human body could. And then she saw it, her reflection in the darkened window. Behind her, standing silently, was the tall figure, eyes glowing, face twisted in a way she could not comprehend. It wasn't visible in real life when she looked around, but the recording captured it. Always there, just out of sight, always waiting. Megan moved out the very next day, leaving everything behind. She refused to tell anyone where she was going, changing her phone number, cutting contact with friends and family. She didn't know if the thing had followed her or if it was bound to that apartment, but she couldn't risk finding out. Months later, she received a letter. No return address. Inside was a single line, written in a shaky, almost childlike scrawl. We're still watching. Even now, years later, Megan can't sleep through a quiet night without checking every shadow, every reflection. She knows somewhere out there something remembers her, waits for her, and can find her if it wants. She never goes back to Millersville. She never goes out after dark. And every time her phone rings with an unknown number, she drops it immediately, unwilling to see the hollow breathing on the other end. Some nights, when the house is perfectly still, she swears she can hear that dragging, jerky movement in the shadows. She doesn't look. She never looks, because she knows if she does, she might see those glowing eyes, unblinking, studying her once again. She has learned to live with the fear, a constant companion that never sleeps. But deep down, she knows it's not gone. It never will be gone. And every grim, still night reminds her that whatever it is, whatever waits in the darkness, is patient, unyielding, and always watching. Story the end. The night started quietly, almost unnaturally so. I had been working late at the local hardware store, helping stock shelves and tidy the back room. By the time I clocked out, the sky was heavy with clouds, a low, gray shroud that promised rain. I didn't mind. I liked driving through the quiet streets at night, the hum of the tires against wet asphalt soothing in its monotony. But that evening, the calm felt wrong. As I left the parking lot, I noticed a figure standing under the dim glow of a street lamp. At first, I thought it was someone waiting for a ride, but as I approached, I realized it wasn't moving naturally. Its head was tilted at an odd angle, and its arms hung loosely, almost as if it were a mannequin someone had left on the sidewalk. I slowed down, squinting through the windshield, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw it turn its head to follow me. My pulse quickened, and I sped up, telling myself it was my imagination. By the time I reached my apartment, the rain had begun in earnest. Sheets of water streaked down the windows, the gutters groaning under the sudden weight. I fumbled with the keys, trying to unlock the door, feeling that familiar, creeping sensation that I was being watched. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and sat for a moment, trying to shake the unease. The apartment was silent, too silent, and the shadows cast by the dim hallway light seemed to twitch and shift unnaturally. Around midnight, the noises began. At first, faint scratching, like nails on wood, coming from the living room. I told myself it was just the old building settling, the pipes contracting, anything but what my gut screamed it was. But the sounds grew louder, deliberate, careful, like someone walking across the floor, step by step, making sure not to touch anything. I froze, straining to hear, heart pounding. The scratching stopped suddenly, replaced by a low, whispering voice, almost at the edge of comprehension. Mike, my name. It was calling my name. I bolted upright, the blankets tangling around my legs, and called out, "Who's there?" No answer, just the soft hiss of rain against the windows. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly crept toward the living room. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the furniture in sharp, unforgiving lines. Nothing seemed out of place, except for the scratches along the far wall, thin, shallow, and fresh. I hadn't seen them earlier. The next few hours passed in a haze of fear and sleeplessness. Every creak, every drip, every whisper of wind seemed amplified, deliberate, as if the apartment itself were alive and aware of me. When dawn finally broke, the storm had passed, leaving the world outside wet and silent. I thought I had escaped, but I knew deep down that the presence hadn't left. It had only been waiting, patient, lingering just beyond sight. Days went by, and I started noticing signs, small, subtle, unnerving. Objects slightly moved from where I remembered placing them. Doors left ajar despite being locked. Shadows that seemed longer, darker, heavier than they should have been. I set up cameras, hoping to capture something tangible, but the footage always showed empty rooms, only shadows flickering against walls. The presence was patient, silent, invisible to the lens, but undeniable to me. One night I woke to the sound of footsteps pacing in the living room. Slow, careful, deliberate. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I could hear them step closer, then pause just outside my bedroom door. Then came the whisper, chillingly soft. "I've been waiting." I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, until the first light of morning crept through the blinds. The sound vanished, leaving only the lingering sense of eyes on me. Watching. Patient. I realized then that this was no ordinary haunting. It was something different, something intelligent and methodical, something that had chosen me and that would not let go. I tried moving again, hoping that distance might break the connection. I changed apartments, then towns, always choosing quiet, isolated places, thinking the presence was tied to my old home. For a time it seemed gone, almost a relief, but storms have a way of waking it. One night, driving home through a downpour, I saw it again, standing beneath a flickering streetlight, head tilted, arms dangling unnaturally. Watching. Waiting. My pulse surged as I realized the connection was never physical. It had latched onto me, invisible, patient, and unyielding. Since then, it's never far. I feel it in quiet moments, in the subtle shifting of shadows, in the cold prickle of air that shouldn't exist. It whispers occasionally, but mostly it just watches, waits. The fear isn't in what it does, but in what I know it can do, in the knowledge that it is always there, just beyond the edge of perception. I've learned to live with it. I avoid storms when I can. I avoid being alone. I never turn my back, never let my guard down. But I know it doesn't matter. It is patient. It waits for grim and still nights, for the darkness to press down, for the perfect moment to remind me that I am never truly alone. Sometimes, when I lie in bed listening to the rain against the window, I can hear it pacing softly, whispering my name just barely loud enough to hear, and I know it's waiting, always waiting, patient, inevitable. No matter where I go, no matter how far I run, it will be there, in the quiet, in the storm, in the grim stillness of the night. Some things are beyond understanding. Some things are patient beyond reason. And some things, once they find you, never leave. Story the end. It had been raining for hours, the kind of relentless gray drizzle that seemed to seep into the bones, making every sound feel distant and muffled. The roads glistened wetly under the dim glow of streetlights, casting long, wavering reflections that made the familiar suburban streets feel strange, almost sinister. I was driving back from a late night at the office, the kind of night where the fluorescent lights had drained every drop of energy from your body, leaving only the hum of the copier and the quiet clatter of keyboards in your memory. The highway was mostly empty, save for the occasional truck whose headlights cut through the downpour like piercing eyes. I had a long drive ahead of me, over an hour through the outskirts of town, past abandoned gas stations, shuttered motels, and stretches of woods where the shadows seemed unnaturally thick, even in the weak light of my car's headlights. I noticed it first as a movement in the corner of my vision, a figure standing at the edge of the road, just off the shoulder. It was impossible to miss, even in the rain. I slowed down, squinting through the windshield, trying to make sense of it. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, the kind you occasionally see on roads like this, drenched and desperate. But something about the way the figure stood made me uneasy. It wasn't waving or making any motion toward me. It just stood perfectly still, almost rigid, under the faint flicker of a broken street lamp. I debated whether to stop. My instinct told me to keep driving, to not engage, but something compelled me to slow down even more. As I passed, I caught a clearer glimpse. It was a man, tall, thin, wearing a long coat that looked soaked through, with a hat pulled low over his face. But it wasn't his appearance that unsettled me. It was the stillness, the absolute lack of movement, like a statue, and the way his head seemed to tilt unnaturally, as if he were looking directly into my eyes from the darkness. I shook my head and forced myself to focus on the road. Maybe it was just the rain playing tricks on me, the reflections on the wet asphalt distorting shapes. I pressed the accelerator, trying to shake off the feeling, but my heart was pounding in a way that made me vaguely nauseous. A few miles later, I saw him again, or at least something in the same place. This time, he was closer, almost standing on the edge of the lane. My stomach dropped. I glanced in the rearview mirror and impossibly, I could swear I saw the same figure in the distance, further down the road, as if he had somehow multiplied. By the time I reached the turnoff for my street, the rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the unease remained. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but I was alone and my phone's battery was low. The idea of turning on the GPS or calling the police felt absurd. Who would believe me? I parked in my driveway and stayed in the car for a few minutes, just sitting, watching the rain drip off the edges of the roof. When I finally opened the door, the air smelled damp and metallic. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me, telling myself I was being paranoid. That night, sleep came reluctantly. I kept replaying the image of that man, the unnatural tilt of his head, the way he had seemed to float slightly above the ground, unshaken by the rain. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was the rain on the window, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I sat up and strained my ears. The sound was coming from the front door. My apartment was on the ground floor, and the lock on the door was solid. I should have felt safe, but I didn't. I reached for my phone, trying to convince myself it was nothing, and when I glanced at the screen, I realized it was dead. I hadn't charged it before going to bed. Panic settled in my chest. I got out of bed, careful not to make any sudden noises, and crept toward the door. The tapping had stopped. I peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty, silent except for the occasional drip of water from the rain. I exhaled slowly, telling myself I was imagining things. But when I stepped back, I caught a glimpse of something reflected in the glass panel beside the door, a shadow, taller than it should have been, slouched against the wall. I froze. My mind screamed at me to move, to get out, but I couldn't. The shadow didn't move at first. Then, slowly, it tilted its head in that same unnatural way I had seen on the road. My stomach turned over. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug, and scrambled to the kitchen to grab a knife. It was absurd, but I needed something. Something tangible. I spent the next hour listening to the house, knife in hand, every creak and groan of the old building amplified in my mind. The shadow didn't appear again, but the sense of being watched never left. Morning finally came, weak and gray, and I convinced myself that what I had seen was a combination of exhaustion, stress, and too many late nights alone. I even told myself I'd laugh about it someday. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Over the next few days, I noticed small things, oddities that didn't make sense. The front door, which I always locked carefully, would sometimes be slightly ajar. Items in the kitchen would be shifted, not moved much, just enough to make me doubt my memory. I checked the locks obsessively, installed new deadbolts, even added a chain lock. Nothing changed the feeling, the creeping sensation that I was never truly alone. One night, a week later, I was working late on my laptop in the living room. The rain had returned, tapping against the windows like a slow, persistent drum. I was reviewing some documents when I heard it, a soft, deliberate dragging sound across the floor. Not heavy footsteps, more like something being pulled. My heart stopped. I grabbed the knife again and crept toward the noise. It was coming from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I rounded the corner slowly, ready to confront whatever it was, and froze. There, at the end of the hallway, was the figure. Same long coat, same hat, but now closer than ever. The rain-soaked hat obscured its face completely, and the head was tilted at that impossible angle. It didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe, but the presence of it made the air thick and heavy. I couldn't move. My mind couldn't process how it had gotten inside. Then, as if noticing me for the first time, it stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, without sound. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug, falling against the wall. The knife clattered to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the kitchen, grabbing a phone this time. My hands were shaking too badly to dial. I backed into a corner, feeling utterly trapped. And then it spoke. Not with words, not with a voice, but with a sound that made my skin crawl. It was a low, guttural hiss, like air escaping from deep underground. The sound seemed to wrap around me, pressing into my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My body felt frozen, my mind trapped in a nightmare that was somehow real. The figure didn't approach any further. It simply stood there, the rain from the imaginary storm outside reflecting in its obscured face. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually it turned and moved toward the front door. Not walking, not running, but gliding. When it reached the door, it paused, looked back, and tilted its head that same impossible way. And then it was gone. I never saw it leave. The door was locked, deadbolts intact. Nothing else was missing. Nothing else moved. It was as if it had never been there at all. After that night, I moved. I couldn't stay, not knowing if it would come back. But even now, in my new apartment, I notice the shadows differently. I hear sounds in the night that I never noticed before. And sometimes when the wind shifts just right, or when the rain taps against the window, I swear I see a tall, thin figure at the edge of the street, head tilted, watching. I've read stories, watched movies, convinced myself it was all in my mind, but some part of me knows the truth. Whatever that was, whatever it is, it doesn't leave. It doesn't care if you move or lock doors or run. It waits. It watches. And in the grim and still nights, when the world is quiet and the rain falls softly, it remembers you too. Even now, when I'm alone, late at night, I sometimes feel it in the corner of my vision. A slight movement, a shadow too tall, a tilt of the head that shouldn't be possible. I tell myself to breathe, that I'm safe, but the feeling never leaves. It lingers in the air, heavy and oppressive, like the smell of wet earth after a storm, and I know, somehow, that I will never be truly alone again. There are nights when I wake up suddenly, drenched in sweat, thinking I hear the dragging of feet across the floorboards, a hiss that curls around the edges of my consciousness. And every time I pray it's just a dream. But I never sleep fully, never feel entirely safe, because I know that somewhere, beyond the walls, beyond the streetlights, it waits, watching, patient, silent until it chooses to be otherwise. Sometimes I wonder if the first time I saw it on the road, I should have stopped, should have ignored it, but now I think it wouldn't have mattered. Because it doesn't need an invitation, it doesn't need a reason. It simply exists tethered to the world in ways that I can't comprehend, slipping through the edges of reality, a shadow in the corner of your eye, a tilt of the head that defies the natural order of things. I've started keeping my lights on at night. I leave the blinds closed, I check every lock 3 times, but the sensation remains. I've learned to recognize the subtle signs, the faint drip of water that isn't rain, the small shifting of objects that shouldn't move, the echo of a hiss that disappears when you search for its source. Friends ask me if I'm paranoid, if it's all in my head. I don't tell them about the figure on the road or the nights it appeared in my apartment. They'd think I'd lost my mind. And maybe, in some ways, I have. Because living with this knowledge, with the certainty that something watches and waits, changes you. It changes how you see the world, how you navigate the streets, how you sleep. I know it's not going away. I know that no matter where I move, no matter how far it will find me again, and when the night is grim and still, when the world is quiet and the rain drips softly on the pavement, I can feel it there, somewhere just out of sight, just at the edge of perception, waiting, watching, patient. And I know that eventually it will decide to step fully into the room, and when it does, there will be no escape. Until then, I live in the shadows of my own fear, constantly alert, acutely aware of the spaces where it could be, of the small inconsistencies in reality that signal its presence. I avoid mirrors at night, leave doors open slightly so I can see the hallway, and sleep with lights on, never fully resting, never fully safe. Because I've learned something I cannot unlearn. Some things in this world are not meant to be understood, not meant to be confronted. They simply are. And if you happen to see them, even for a moment, that moment changes everything. I haven't seen it in a few nights. Maybe it's gone, maybe it's watching from afar, but I know better than to believe I'm safe. I know the truth now. Some presences don't just vanish, they linger, they wait. And in the grim and still nights, when the world is silent and the shadows grow long, I can almost feel it there, tilting its head just out of sight, patient, watching, waiting for the next time I forget to check the locks, the next time I think I'm alone. It never forgets. Story the end. It started on one of those nights that seemed suspended in a kind of heavy, unnatural silence, the kind where even the wind seemed hesitant, like it was holding its breath. I had recently moved to a small, remote town in upstate New York, a place that seemed charming during the day, with its old brick storefronts and weathered wooden homes. But at night, it had this oppressive stillness that pressed in from every side. The streets were empty, the houses dark, and the occasional rustle of leaves sounded loud and deliberate. I lived alone in a modest two-story house on the edge of town, surrounded by trees that blocked out any distant lights. I had picked this place for the quiet, for the distance from the chaos of the city. That night, I wasn't so sure anymore. It began around 11 p.m. I had been sitting at my kitchen table, sipping cheap coffee, trying to make sense of the paperwork that had been piling up all week. There was a persistent tapping at my back door, soft, like fingernails brushing against glass. At first, I thought it was a branch, but when I looked outside, nothing moved. No wind, no trees, nothing. Just the darkness and the faint, rhythmic tapping that refused to stop. I went to the door and peered through the peephole. Nothing. Just the black outline of the yard and the shadows of my own trees. I chalked it up to nerves and went back inside, telling myself it was probably just a raccoon or some other animal. But then I heard it again, this time from the front window. A faint dragging sound, like someone walking along the gravel driveway, careful but deliberate. My heart started to pound. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped cautiously to the door, flipping the deadbolt and eased it open. The porch was empty. The gravel was undisturbed. Nothing. The only sound was my own breathing and the distant hoot of an owl. I closed the door and tried to calm myself. I even checked my locks, just to be sure. Everything was secure. I went upstairs, trying to convince myself to forget it and go to bed. That's when I noticed something strange. The bedroom window was slightly open. I was sure I had closed it. I don't know why I didn't freak out immediately. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe some irrational part of me didn't want to admit what I already feared. I shut it and locked it. When I turned back to the bed, my stomach sank. There were faint, muddy footprints leading from the window toward the dresser. My heart skipped a beat. The footprints were small, maybe a child's, but they were too defined to be imagined. I grabbed my phone and called the local police, but the line was dead. No dial tone. My first instinct was to leave, to drive to the nearest town, but my car keys were missing from the kitchen counter. That was impossible. I had left them there just minutes ago. Panic started to claw at me. I checked every room, every closet, every corner. Nothing. But when I returned to the bedroom, the footprints had moved. Closer to the bed now. I swear I saw them fade slightly, like they were being erased from the floor. I sat on the bed, trembling, trying to make sense of it. Then I heard it. A whisper. So soft I could barely discern the words coming from the corner of the room. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. My head whipped toward the corner, flashlight raised, but there was nothing. Just the shadow cast by the bed. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, some hallucination born from stress and exhaustion. But the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, and now they were everywhere, echoing off the walls, coming from the hallway, from the closet, from under the bed. I bolted out of the room and ran downstairs. The living room was empty, eerily quiet again. I noticed something on the floor near the staircase, a single tattered photograph. I picked it up and felt my blood run cold. It was a picture of my house, but not from the outside, from inside. And in the picture, someone was standing in my bedroom doorway, just standing, watching. I dropped the photograph. It hit the floor with a muted thud. The whispers returned, now clearly coming from the basement. I don't know what compelled me to go down there. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was a morbid desire to face whatever was there. The basement door was old and heavy, creaking loudly as I opened it. A cold draft spilled out, carrying with it a metallic scent like rust and blood. The stairs were dark, the flashlight barely cutting through the shadows. Halfway down, I saw something move, a shadow flitting across the far wall. I froze. The whispers turned into laughter, childish, high-pitched, echoing. Then a voice, clear and demanding, "You shouldn't be here." I dropped the flashlight. It rolled down the steps, casting fractured beams of light. That's when I saw it. A figure crouched at the far end of the basement. It wasn't quite human. The head was too large, the limbs too long, bent at impossible angles. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the tiny shards of light from the fallen flashlight. It tilted its head, studying me, and I could feel its gaze piercing my soul. I scrambled back up the stairs, tripping over the last few steps. The basement door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing through the house. My chest heaved as I backed into the kitchen, searching for a weapon. I found a butcher knife and held it like it would protect me from something that defied explanation. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. I had no sense of time. Every creak, every groan of the house made me jump. I finally decided to leave. I grabbed my keys, miraculously back on the counter, and ran to my car. The street was empty, the world outside still and grim. But as I drove away, I caught movement in my rearview mirror. A small figure standing in my driveway silhouetted against the faint glow of a street lamp. Its head was tilted unnaturally, watching me leave. I called the police once I was in town. They sent officers to check my house, but there was no sign of forced entry, no footprints in the yard, nothing in the basement. The only thing they found was that photograph on the living room floor. They suggested I might have been sleep-deprived, maybe hallucinating. But I knew what I had seen. I never stayed in that house again. I moved hundreds of miles away to a city where lights never died and streets were crowded. But sometimes at night, when the city is quiet and I'm alone in my apartment, I hear it. The faint scratching at the window, the whispering voice, the soft drag of footsteps behind me. And sometimes when I glance in the mirror, just for a split second, I see the shadow in the corner of the room, tilting its head, waiting. Months later, I received an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was the same photograph, but this time the figure had moved. It was now standing in the doorway of my new apartment, faintly smiling. I threw the photograph away, hoping that would end it. But I know better. I know it will never end. Some things, once they find you, they follow, they wait, and they watch. The last time I tried to sleep, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door slowly creaking open. My heart froze. There was a small, pale hand gripping the doorknob, just a sliver of movement in the dark. A voice, no longer whispering but clear and cold, said, "Finally, you're awake." I never sleep alone anymore. I don't talk about it. People wouldn't understand. They'd think I was crazy. But I know the truth. The figure is always there, just out of sight in the corner behind the mirror, under the bed, always watching, waiting, patient. The stillness of the night doesn't bring peace, it brings attention. And I've learned that once something like that notices you, the world itself becomes haunted. The neighbors said my old house sat empty for years. Some claimed they heard strange noises at night, scratching, whispering, and sometimes laughter. Others swore they saw a small figure wandering the rooms, tilting its head unnaturally. No one went near it. Eventually, it was sold again. I don't know who lives there now, but I imagine the same thing happens every night. The quiet, the shadows, the small figure waiting. And maybe, just maybe, it remembers me. I live with constant vigilance now. Lights left on, doors locked, curtains drawn. Yet the sense of being watched never goes away. Every time the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I flinch. Every time a shadow moves in the corner of my eye, I freeze. Because I know deep down that whatever it is, it doesn't sleep. I've learned to avoid mirrors at night. Mirrors give it form, give it a way to reach into my space. I see flashes sometimes, reflections that shouldn't be there. A shape standing behind me that disappears when I turn. I've tried to capture it on camera, but the lens shows nothing, just empty rooms, still and silent. Only I know the truth. Some nights I imagine it waiting outside my apartment, patient and small, ready to slip in when I least expect it. Other nights I wake to faint taps at the window, scratching that stops the moment I focus. I've considered moving again, but it follows. Distance doesn't matter. It doesn't need to walk. It only needs to wait, and it always does. Sleep has become a battleground. Every creak in the building is a potential threat. Every gust of wind against the glass is an announcement. I've developed a routine. Lights on, door locked, knife at hand. I listen. I wait. I don't close my eyes for long, not anymore. The small, tilted head in the shadows could be anywhere. I've tried talking about it, tried explaining it to friends, but words fail. There is no logic here. No rational explanation, only the certainty that some things exist in the spaces between our perception, waiting for those who notice the stillness of the night. And if you notice it, they notice you. I sometimes wonder what it wants. Attention? Company? Or is it simply entertainment, watching the fear spread across my face? Whatever it is, it doesn't stop. It doesn't rest. And I know one day, eventually, it will get closer. One day, the whispering, the shadows, the footprints, they won't just be warnings. They'll be the moment I finally realize I was never alone, not really. Until then, I endure the grim nights, listening, waiting, and never fully sleeping. I have learned to live in that suspended silence, aware that even the smallest movement, even the quietest breath, might draw its attention. And I fear the day I close my eyes for too long, because when I do, I know the figure will be there. Waiting. Always waiting. Story the end. It had been the kind of night that made the small town of Ashwood feel heavier than usual. The kind of night where the air seemed to hold its breath, and every shadow felt like it had a pulse. I had driven up from the city to stay with my uncle, who lived on the outskirts, on a quiet stretch of road lined with tall pines. The highway had been mostly empty, a few headlights passing in the distance, but the closer I got to his house, the darker it became. The trees hung low over the road, and a thick fog started rolling in, muting the streetlights and turning everything into shades of gray. I remember gripping the steering wheel tighter, not out of fear exactly, but out of a strange anticipation, as if the night itself was watching. I arrived just before 10, pulling into the gravel driveway that crunched under the tires. My uncle's house was a modest 2-story wooden siding that had seen better days, with a porch that sagged slightly on one side. He met me at the door, tall and stoic as always, with a lantern in one hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke curled lazily in the cold night air. "You made it," he said, voice low, and stepped aside to let me in. Inside, the house smelled of old wood and pine cleaner. I dropped my bag and followed him to the kitchen, where he poured a glass of whiskey for himself and handed me a beer. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the old wooden house creak under its own weight. The wind outside rattled the windows in the way only an old house could make, a constant, uneven rhythm that set my nerves on edge. "You know this road out here?" he asked suddenly, not looking at me. "Not much traffic. People keep to themselves." I nodded, taking a sip of beer. "Yeah, I noticed. Very quiet." He let out a sharp laugh, a bark more than a laugh. "Quiet's good. Quiet keeps things hidden, but sometimes it hides more than you'd like." I frowned, uncertain what he meant, but before I could ask, he excused himself to check on the generator in the shed. I was alone then, and the house suddenly felt vast, each shadow in the corners growing longer and darker. The wind had picked up outside, carrying with it a strange scent, damp earth and something metallic. I told myself it was probably just the woods, the fog pressing in, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up anyway. I tried to settle in, unpacking my bag and trying to ignore the sounds the house made. Around midnight, I heard it. A faint tapping, almost like fingernails against wood. I froze, straining to hear. It was coming from the attic, I realized, the ceiling directly above the living room. The house didn't have an attic ladder that I knew of. My uncle had mentioned it once, but said it was mostly for storage. I called out softly, "Uncle, you up there?" No answer, just the tapping. It was irregular, not rhythmic, and it made me uneasy. I told myself it was the wind, the old wood settling, anything but what I feared it might be. But curiosity gnawed at me. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way to the attic door at the top of the stairs. It was a simple wooden hatch, the kind that pulled down with a rope. I hesitated, hand on the rope, listening. The tapping had stopped. I shook my head and told myself I was being ridiculous. Slowly, I pulled the ladder down and climbed. The attic was dark, the beam of my flashlight cutting through dust motes in the air. Boxes lined the walls, old furniture covered in sheets, the smell of mildew thick. I shined the light around, the beam landing on a trunk in the far corner. The latch was loose, swinging slightly, though I was sure I had closed it years ago. I approached, heart pounding, and lifted the lid. Inside, neatly folded clothes from decades past. Nothing unusual, except at the bottom, a small bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon. I picked them up, curious, and started reading. The letters were from my uncle's father, written to a man named Caleb, someone I didn't know existed. The tone was secretive, tense, almost desperate. Mentions of him in the woods, he watches at night, we can't let him get closer. My skin prickled. I had no idea what any of this meant. I looked around the attic, suddenly aware of the silence. No wind, no tapping, just the creak of the house. Then I heard it again, a whisper, faint but clear, like someone speaking just on the other side of the boxes. Go back. I froze, the hair on my arms standing straight. The flashlight flickered. I swung it around. Nothing. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was the house settling, or maybe my imagination. But the whisper came again, this time from behind me. Go back. I didn't wait. I scrambled down the ladder, nearly falling, and slammed the attic door shut. The whisper stopped. My hands were shaking as I sat in the living room, trying to slow my breathing. I didn't sleep that night, the house groaning and sighing around me, and the fog pressing against the windows like a living thing. The next morning, my uncle was calm, as though nothing had happened. He poured coffee and gestured to the woods behind the house. You'll want to stay on the path if you go back there. Don't wander. It's not friendly to strangers. I nodded, though I had no intention of going into the woods. But as the day went on, I noticed little things, footprints around the edge of the clearing near the house that stopped abruptly, strange marks on the trees like claws, not quite human. At night, I could swear I saw shapes moving just beyond the tree line, never close enough to identify, just glimpses in the fog. The air would turn cold suddenly, a breath on the back of my neck, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should. One evening, around dusk, I was outside, leaning against the porch railing, when I saw a figure emerge from the fog. At first, I thought it was my uncle coming home from the shed, but as it approached, I realized it was a man, thin, pale, his eyes too dark, too hollow. He didn't speak, just walked slowly toward the house. My heart hammered. I ran inside, locking the door behind me. My uncle looked at me, expression unreadable. I warned you, he said. Some things you don't look at, some things you don't let see you. The figure didn't leave. Outside, I could hear the faint scratching, tapping movement just beyond the walls. That night, the whispers came again, this time all around me, low voices muttering, indistinct but urgent. Go back. Don't look. Don't open. I stayed in my room, huddled under the blankets, listening. Hours passed. I didn't hear my uncle leave the house, didn't hear him move. In the morning, the fog was still thick and the figure was gone. But the marks on the trees remained, and the letters I had found in the attic burned in my mind. There was something out there, something old, patient, watching from the woods. Over the next few days, the sense of being watched intensified. Footsteps in the hall at night, shadows that seemed to move independently of any light, the smell of damp earth and iron that came without wind. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was stress, the isolation, maybe even a prank my uncle had pulled, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. One night, I woke to a scratching at the window, slow, deliberate. I got up, heart in my throat, and peered outside. Nothing but fog. But then I saw the eyes, two black dots reflecting the moonlight, staring at me from the edge of the trees. I screamed, and they vanished. My uncle came running, calm and steady as ever, a lantern in hand. It knows you're awake, he said simply. Knows what? I demanded, trembling. That it's not alone, that you can see it, he replied, voice low. Some things aren't meant to be seen. Some things are patient for decades, and then one night they notice someone watching them. I didn't sleep again that night, or the night after. The whispers became louder, sometimes urgent, sometimes mocking, circling the house. The figure appeared intermittently, always just beyond the trees, never approaching fully, never leaving completely. I realized I didn't need it to touch me. The presence alone was enough to unsettle me to my core. On the fifth night, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my bag, determined to leave at first light. My uncle didn't protest, didn't offer to drive me to the highway. He just handed me a small knife and said, "If it comes too close, don't run. Don't show fear. Keep your eyes on it." I left before sunrise, the fog so thick it was like driving through milk. I kept my eyes on the tree line the entire way, half expecting to see those hollow eyes staring at me again. I didn't, but the sense of being followed never left me. I didn't speak of the nights in Ashwood for months. I tried to forget the whispers, the eyes, the feeling that the woods themselves were alive. But the memories stayed, creeping into my dreams, echoing in every shadow. And sometimes, on nights just like that first one, grim and still, I swear I can hear a faint tapping at my window, reminding me that it's still out there, still watching, patient as ever. Story the end. It was just past midnight when I realized something was wrong. The air outside was unnervingly still, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every minor sound, every creak and groan of your surroundings. I had driven out to a rural stretch in upstate New York, a place I'd never visited before, seeking solitude to escape the city's constant noise and the gnawing anxiety I'd been living with for months. I thought a night of driving on empty roads, maybe stopping at a small diner for coffee, would help me think. Instead, it felt like I had driven into a vacuum where something unseen was watching. The road was narrow, lined with dense trees that pressed close on either side. My headlights barely penetrated the darkness beyond a few yards. I noticed the occasional reflective sign, warning of sharp curves or deer crossings, but beyond those faint glimmers, there was nothing. The only sound was the low hum of my engine and the rhythmic swish of my tires against the asphalt. Occasionally, a branch would scrape against the side of the car, or an animal would dart across the road, illuminated for just a second in the beams. I'd been driving for over an hour when I saw a faint light up ahead. At first, I thought it might be another car, but as I drew closer, I realized it was stationary, a soft glow emanating from a small building tucked among the trees. I slowed down and noticed it was a gas station, though it looked like something out of the 1950s, long abandoned yet somehow still illuminated. The sign above the pump flickered erratically. Gas. The letters buzzed and sparked like they might collapse at any moment. My instincts screamed to keep driving, but my curiosity, mixed with a strange sense of unease, made me pull over. The air outside was thick and damp. I stepped onto the cracked pavement, my boots crunching against bits of debris scattered around. The building smelled faintly of mildew and something else I couldn't place, a metallic tang that made my stomach turn. The door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the stillness. I hesitated but pushed it open, and the sound echoed through the empty interior. Inside, the gas station looked as if it had been frozen in time. Dust-covered shelves lined the walls, empty glass bottles littered the floor, and a counter with an old cash register sat to one side. A sudden chill ran down my spine, and I noticed the faint sound of breathing. I froze. It wasn't my own. I was sure of it. It came from the back of the store, near a narrow doorway leading into what I assumed was a storage room. My first thought was another person, maybe a squatter, but something about the sound felt off, too slow, too deliberate. I stepped closer, my heart hammering. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. The breathing stopped. I approached the doorway and peered inside. The room was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out the shape of a figure standing at the far end. It wasn't moving, just watching. I couldn't see its face, only the vague outline of a person, unnaturally still. A wave of panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward. "Hey, I don't want any trouble!" The figure didn't respond. Suddenly, the lights in the gas station flickered and went out, plunging me into complete darkness. My phone's flashlight barely cut through the black, and I realized I had no idea if that figure was still there. I took a tentative step toward the doorway, and a metallic scrape sounded behind me. Spinning around, my light caught the reflection of a knife lying on the floor near the counter. My stomach dropped. Someone, or something, was playing with me. I ran, out of the gas station, into the thick night. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches clawing at my clothes as I stumbled back to my car. Heart racing, I slammed the door and locked it, fumbling with the ignition. As soon as the engine roared to life, I noticed movement in the rearview mirror, a shadow standing in the middle of the road, blocking my path. The figure was tall, thin, and impossibly still. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but I felt its gaze like a physical weight pressing against my chest. I slammed the car into reverse, spinning around on the narrow road, tires screaming against the asphalt. When I finally managed to get moving forward, the figure was gone. No footprints, no sign of it ever being there, just the faint hum of the car and the wind in the trees. I kept driving, unwilling to stop until I reached a town. When I finally saw lights, a small cluster of houses and street lamps, relief washed over me. But then I saw a car parked at the end of the street, engine running, headlights off. A figure sat in the driver's seat. My chest tightened. It looked like it was waiting. I told myself I was imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks after the incident at the gas station. I sped past, glancing only briefly, and caught a glimpse of its face in the side mirror. Pale, expressionless, eyes wide and black, staring directly at me. I drove all night, not stopping for anything, until the sky began to lighten and the first hints of dawn filtered through the trees. Exhausted, I pulled over at a small diner that was finally opening for breakfast. The place smelled of burnt coffee and bacon grease, a comforting normality that made me want to collapse into a booth. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat silently, trying to shake off the lingering terror. That's when I noticed the news on the small TV mounted in the corner. A story about a missing hiker, last seen in the forest I had just driven through. The description matched the figure I had seen in the gas station storage room. I felt my stomach twist. The report mentioned that he had disappeared in the middle of the night with no trace left behind. Police had combed the area for days but found nothing. I wanted to leave, to get as far away from there as possible, but a creeping sensation told me it wasn't over. The missing hiker had been wearing a black hoodie, almost identical to the shadowy figure I'd seen. I sipped my coffee, trying to calm down, when I noticed movement outside. A car idling in the diner's parking lot, engine off, headlights dark. I turned my head slowly. The figure from the forest, the gas station, the road. It was there, just standing by the driver's side door, watching me. I couldn't move. After what felt like hours, the figure finally moved. It walked toward the diner entrance, but instead of coming in, it stopped, turned, and disappeared down the street. My hands were shaking as I finished my coffee, paid, and left, keeping my eyes constantly on the road ahead. I didn't stop again until I reached the interstate and the comforting stream of cars heading in the same direction. Days later, I went through my phone and noticed something odd. Pictures I didn't remember taking had appeared, all of them blurry and dark, but each one showed the same figure. One from inside the car, another from the gas station, another in my rearview mirror as I drove. My blood ran cold. I had no memory of taking them. I tried to convince myself it was my mind filling in gaps, that exhaustion had made me see what I wanted to or feared most. But the images felt too real, too precise. And every night since, I've noticed the faintest shadows moving in the corner of my vision, just at the edge of perception. I lock doors, check windows, make sure everything is secure, but I still feel watched. Sometimes, when I wake in the middle of the night, I see those wide, black eyes staring at me from the darkness beyond my bedroom window. Friends tell me I'm paranoid, that it's just stress and lack of sleep. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me. I've started keeping a record, writing down every strange occurrence, every time I feel that presence in my home, every shadow that lingers too long. There have been nights when I hear footsteps pacing outside my bedroom, slow, deliberate, circling the house. Sometimes the sound is accompanied by a soft scraping, like metal against concrete, or a faint breathing just beyond the door. I've considered moving, changing my routine, staying in public places, but even when I drive miles away, I feel it. The eyes, watching, waiting, and the strange pictures keep appearing on my phone, always showing the same figure, closer each time, until it feels like there's no escaping it. It doesn't speak, it doesn't leave notes, it doesn't try to harm me, at least not yet. But the intent behind its presence is undeniable. It's patient, watching, learning my patterns, testing the boundaries of fear. I've begun noticing small things out of place in my apartment. A chair slightly shifted, a window unlocked, my keys moved from where I left them. Nothing that would seem alarming to anyone else, but every detail sends my heart racing. The most unnerving moment came a week ago. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone whispering my name. At first, I thought it was a dream, but the voice was low, rasping, and came from the hallway. I stayed perfectly still, too afraid to move, listening as the whisper repeated, my full name, slowly, deliberately. I finally mustered the courage to turn on the light. The hallway was empty, the apartment silent except for my own ragged breathing. But when I looked at the window, I saw the reflection of the figure standing just behind me, its eyes black holes of focus, staring straight into mine. Since then, I haven't slept properly. I've taken to leaving a light on in every room, setting cameras, recording audio, anything to document its presence. I've started to see patterns in its appearances. Always at night, always silent until it wants me to know it's there, always closer than the last time. I know it's only a matter of time before it crosses a line I can't recover from. I've tried to reach out for help, but friends dismiss it as anxiety or stress-induced hallucinations. The police won't investigate without tangible evidence, and the images on my phone, blurry as they are, aren't considered proof. I'm alone in this, and the thought terrifies me more than the figure itself. Sometimes I catch myself imagining what it wants: companionship, malice, testing limits. Whatever it is, it's patient. It has been stalking me for weeks now, appearing wherever I go, a shadow I can't escape. And I've started noticing the faintest signs that it's not limited to just me. Other people, strangers, sometimes glance at me strangely, as if they know something about the dark figure I cannot explain. I don't know how this started, why it chose me, or how long it's been around before I noticed, but every night, when the world is silent and still, I feel its presence grow stronger. The darkness outside my window is no longer empty. The roads I travel are no longer safe. And the quiet moments, the grim stillness I once sought for reflection, are now filled with anticipation of its next move. I live in a constant state of vigilance now. Every shadow, every noise, every fleeting movement is scrutinized, analyzed. I have become a different person, anxious, wary, fearful of a world that seems to have folded in on itself. I can't explain why it follows me, but I know it will not stop. I've considered driving until I can't anymore, leaving everything behind, but the thought of it waiting in some distant place chills me to my core. And so I wait, record, observe, and endure. I live in the shadow of a presence that doesn't speak, doesn't act, yet commands my every thought. The figure watches, and I can only wonder when it will finally make its intentions clear, or when I will fail to notice its approach in time. Every night, the world outside grows darker and colder. The shadows stretch longer, the silence becomes heavier, and I remain awake, listening, waiting, knowing that in this grim and still night, I am never truly alone. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the wind had died down completely, and the sky was so still that the stars seemed to hang in silence, like someone had pressed pause on the world. I had been driving for hours through rural Missouri, the two-lane highway ahead of me, straight and unending, flanked by fields of corn that rustled only when my tires stirred the air. I was on my way to visit a friend in St. Joseph, someone I hadn't seen in nearly a year, and the night had that kind of quiet that makes a person question whether they're alone or just imagining the absence of sound. The radio had gone dead a few miles back, static, then silence. I had fiddled with every station, all dead, so I left it off. My phone had barely enough signal to keep a GPS arrow blinking, and I was trying not to notice the shadows creeping in from the roadside, the way the cornfields seemed to sway without wind, whispering in a language I didn't understand. About an hour into the drive, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the road, motionless, wearing dark clothing that blended perfectly with the night. I slammed on the brakes, heart hammering. The car skidded a few feet on the asphalt before stopping, headlights illuminating the shape for just a second. Then it was gone. Just like that. No movement, no trace, no way it could have moved out of sight so fast. I told myself it was a trick of the shadows, a deer maybe, but the outline was distinctly human. I slowed, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles hurt. The GPS told me the next town was about 20 minutes away, but the road stretched on in a way that made me feel like I wasn't moving at all. I passed an old farmhouse that was supposed to be abandoned. At least that's what I remembered from the last time I drove this route. But the lights inside were on. A soft yellow glow. No cars outside, no sound. I couldn't explain why, but something about the house made my stomach turn. I sped up. As I passed it, I thought I saw a face at the window. Not looking at me, just watching. Frozen. The face didn't move. I didn't dare look back. The highway ended abruptly, merging into a narrower country road, one that seemed even older and more neglected than the first. Potholes lined the asphalt like broken teeth, and the trees on either side formed a tunnel, their branches intertwining over the road so tightly that the headlights barely penetrated. My mind was on overdrive. Every little sound, the tapping of a branch against the roof, the creak of my seatbelt, felt like a warning. It started raining, lightly at first, then harder. Not enough to obscure vision completely, but enough to make the reflections of my headlights dance on the wet asphalt. I was counting on reaching my friend's place soon, but the GPS kept recalculating. The road bent sharply, then straightened, then bent again, twisting like it didn't want me to leave. And then I saw it. Another figure. Standing in the middle of the road this time. I slammed on the brakes. The wipers couldn't clear the rain fast enough. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there. My heart rate spiked, but I forced myself to stay in the car. Whatever it wasn't human, or at least it didn't look human. Too tall, too thin, impossibly still. It didn't move as I drove closer. My instincts screamed at me to swerve, to turn around, but the only way back was the same road, and I wasn't ready to meet whatever that thing was again. I slowed to almost nothing, gripping the wheel like it was a lifeline. As I got within 10 feet, my headlights revealed more, pale, almost luminescent skin, elongated limbs, and a face that seemed blank, or maybe too detailed. I couldn't tell. Then it stepped aside, silently, and I passed. The rest of the drive to St. Joseph was uneventful. I told myself I had imagined it, that the stress and isolation of the road at night had played tricks on me. My friend didn't notice anything unusual when I arrived, though I found myself staring out the window at the darkened streets, waiting for the figure to appear, hoping it wouldn't. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every shadow in the room seemed to move, every creak in the floorboards sounded deliberate. My friend reassured me, told me it was probably just nerves from driving alone in the dark. I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The next morning, we went for breakfast at a small diner on the edge of town. As I waited for my coffee, I noticed a man sitting alone at the counter, hunched over, hands wrapped around a mug. Something about him made my skin crawl, but I couldn't place it. I looked away, told myself it was nothing. Later that day, I wandered around the small town while my friend was at work. There was a lot of history here, older buildings, narrow streets, and the kind of quiet that fills your ears with its own sound. I was taking pictures of an old train depot when I noticed someone following me. At first, I thought it was coincidence, a jogger, maybe a tourist, but as I turned corners and ducked down alleyways, the person kept appearing, always just out of clear sight, always keeping the same distance. I started to run. Every footstep echoed off the walls of the abandoned buildings. My camera bounced against my chest, but I didn't stop. The figure followed, and then when I turned sharply down a side street, it was gone. Just like that. No hiding spot. No footprints. Nothing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched the entire time I stayed in St. Joseph. At night, the shadows seemed to stretch closer to my bed, pressing down, waiting. I would hear faint tapping at the windows, even when the rain wasn't falling. Doors creaked, lights flickered, and I could swear I saw that same elongated figure in the periphery of my vision. On the last night before I left, I couldn't sleep again. My friend was asleep, and I sat by the window, staring out into the blackness. Then I saw movement. Something, or someone, standing at the edge of the street outside. The figure was tall, impossibly still, with pale skin that glowed faintly in the streetlights. Its limbs were wrong, stretched out, and its face, I couldn't make it out. I froze. It didn't move as I watched. I wanted to call the police, but my phone was dead and I didn't want to make a sound. Then it started walking, slowly, deliberately, towards the house. My pulse was so loud I could hear it in my ears. I backed away from the window, searching for anything I could use, anything to defend myself with. The figure stopped at the edge of the yard, tilted its head, and just stared. I didn't breathe. It was gone when I blinked. Just gone. No footprints, no sign it had been there. My friend didn't wake. I left the next morning, refusing to look back. The road home seemed normal, almost mundane, the kind of uneventful trip I had been longing for before all this started. Weeks passed. Life returned to its ordinary rhythm. But I never felt truly alone again. Shadows in my room seemed a little darker, a little heavier. On nights when the wind was dead and the sky was still, I swear I can see it in the corner of my eye. A pale, elongated figure, watching, waiting, just beyond the reach of the light. Months later, I was at a friend's wedding in rural Illinois. Driving home, I took a familiar back road through a wooded area. And there it was, standing on the side of the road. Same posture, same pale skin, same impossibly long limbs. I slammed the brakes. It didn't move. I didn't dare look away, didn't dare breathe. I drove past it at 20 miles an hour, headlights illuminating every inch, and then it was gone. The road was empty. I called a friend who lives in St. Joseph, told him about it. He laughed at first, said I was imagining things. Then he stopped. He didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he said, "You're not the first one to see it." "What do you mean?" "There have been reports for decades," he said. "Long, tall, pale figure, mostly out on the back roads at night. People see it, then it's gone. No trace. Some say it follows you after you've seen it once." I tried to laugh. Couldn't, because I knew it followed me, and I knew it would. Every still, quiet night, every road with nothing but darkness around it, I feel it. Watching, waiting, patient. I've read about others who have seen it, sometimes in Missouri, sometimes in Illinois, sometimes in Kansas. Always on the back roads, always at night, always alone. People who try to explain it, ghost, alien, interdimensional, none of it makes sense. All I know is that the thing exists, and it's patient. It doesn't need to chase. It only needs to be there, and the fear comes on its own. I tried to stop thinking about it, tried to ignore the sightings, the shadows at the edge of vision, but then I began noticing the small things. Lights in the distance flickering in ways they shouldn't, doors that weren't locked but are later, odd reflections in mirrors that don't match reality. One time I was alone at home, reading in the living room, when I saw it past the window. Slender, impossibly tall, pale, and for the first time it waved. Not aggressively, not threateningly, just waved. I've tried researching it. There's very little concrete information, mostly forums with people posting anecdotal experiences, each claiming to have seen the same figure. Some describe it as wearing old-fashioned clothing, others as entirely featureless. But the common thread is the same: tall, thin, pale, standing silently, appearing when least expected. I can't travel on certain roads anymore. I won't drive alone at night through rural areas. Every time I do, I feel its presence before I see it. And when I do see it, I can't shake the feeling that it's not just observing, it's waiting for something. Maybe it's waiting for me to panic or scream, or maybe it just wants to see if I notice it. Friends ask if I've ever tried to confront it. I can't. I won't. Because whatever it isn't bound by the rules of this world. You can't fight it. You can't reason with it. You can't run from it. It doesn't tire. It doesn't sleep. It simply waits. And when it appears, the air changes, in a way you can't describe, that everything else is less important, that time itself has slowed. The last time I drove back to Missouri, I took a different route, a highway, hoping to avoid the back roads entirely. But as the sun set and the darkness crept in, I saw it again, standing by the edge of the highway, tall, thin, pale, and impossibly still. My hands tightened on the wheel and I swerved slightly to give it space. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, it was gone. I know it's waiting. I know it's out there on some lonely country road where the wind has died down and the world has gone still. And I know that if I'm ever alone, if I ever take a wrong turn, if I ever let my guard down, I will see it up close. And I will know that it's been watching all along. I've stopped driving at night whenever possible. I avoid small towns after dark. I sleep with lights on. But nothing changes the feeling that it's close, that it knows me, that it has always been there. And when the wind dies down, when the world is still and quiet, I feel it again. Watching, waiting, patient, always patient. I don't know why it exists and I don't know what it wants. All I know is that it does. And if you're driving alone at night through rural America with nothing but darkness on either side, with the wind dead and the night grim and still, maybe you'll see it too. Maybe you'll feel it watching you. And maybe, just maybe, you won't be able to forget it either. Story the end.